Okay. Thank you all for coming. I'm really excited to start up this workshop on responsible data. This is the first time that we're running it, and I hope that there's going to be many more, but it also means that it is the best workshop on responsible data so far. I stole that joke from Susanna previously, so not original. I'm really excited to open this workshop on responsible data. A lot of the computer vision community focuses a lot, on models and the architectures and things and how to build them. But that's just one part of the overall training process. A lot of it comes from both the collecting of training data, the annotation pipelines, the collecting of evaluation data and evaluating models. There's a lot of this that relies very heavily on data. And that's why we're here. That's what we want to concentrate on. And that's, the focus of today is going to be around all aspects of data and the responsible collection, annotation, use, all of that. Before getting into things, I do want to thank everyone on the organization committee. This has been a lot of work, and everyone has been really, really great at helping organize. Okay, let's do some logistical things. For rapid fire talks, if you have not sent me your slides, please send them to me ASAP. You can send it to the Google group. During the rapid fire talks, there will be 5-minute talks with a few minutes for questions after every talk. And then after rapid fire talks, we'll have the poster session. The poster session will be in the Arch Building Exhibit Hall in 2 different spots. So the first poster session will be in spots 16 through 22. So if you are presenting a poster during that time, choose one of those spots between 16 and 22. You can only put them up right at the beginning of the poster session, and then please take them down after. For the afternoon, very similarly, except we're going to be in spots 149 to 156. And I'll remind you about all of this before the poster sessions as well. During the whole workshop today, there's going to be plenty of opportunities to ask questions. Both in person, we have a mic somewhere around here that I can run around and give people to ask questions. But if you prefer to ask questions more anonymously, or if you are virtual, please just ask questions and submit it via that form. We'll be monitoring it throughout the day. Okay, the agenda is on the website, so you can find all of the updated information there. And let's get started with the first talk. So I am happy to introduce Dr. Sarah Berry. She is a professor in the MIT Faculty of Artificial Intelligence and Decision Making. Her research focuses on building computer vision methods that enable global scale environmental and biodiversity monitoring across data modalities, tackling real-world challenges including geospatial and temporal domain shift, learning from imperfect data, fine-grained categories, and long-tail distributions. She partners with industry, non-governmental organizations, and government agencies to deploy her methods in the wild worldwide. She works towards increasing the diversity and accessibility of academic research in artificial intelligence through interdisciplinary capacity building and education, and has founded the AI for Conservation Slack community, serves as the biodiversity community lead for Climate Change AI, and founded and directs the summer workshop on computer vision methods for ecology. So if we can welcome Sarah. That's right. Yeah. Maybe? Okay.
I don't have any notes or anything.
There we go. All right.
Cool. Awesome. Can we do it so I can, is there a way to also save the slides on the laptop? I mean, or I can just talk like, but that's.
Oh, there's a mic. I can give you that. I put it somewhere.
Oh, but then I actually need the clicker. Well, okay, it'll be fine. We can wing it, guys. Everything's gonna be great. Okay. Hello. I guess there's people online, which is why we need.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Awesome. So I was really honored actually to be asked to give a keynote at this workshop. And I was also really excited because I'm someone who thinks a lot about data. And one of the reasons I think a lot about data is because I work with users, a lot of different diverse users, mostly in the ecology, biodiversity spaces. And those users are often not well served by standard models and by standard data sets, right? They have specific needs. They actually need models that work and that can be trusted, and that we need to deploy things that actually are used to set policy, biodiversity policy on a global scale. And when you work with a specific community that actually has, needs and actually needs models to be transparent and usable, you start to really realize very quickly that data matters more in most cases than in architecture. Unfortunately, for computer vision researchers, all of the work we do actually seems to matter less and less than just choices about the data sets we curate. And so as a result, I've actually ended up doing a lot of work in building data sets, and I've built benchmarks for years now, and thought a lot about what that means. And so one of the things I'm going to be talking about today is maybe not just data itself, but actually this kind of step beyond data, and thinking about benchmarks. Because for this community, data itself is often a bit nebulous, and actually there's probably an infinite set of things that you could try to build, try to design, try to evaluate, try to understand from the same data that would be relevant to different users. So we're all pretty familiar with benchmarks. They've really been actually, I think, a pretty foundational component of progress in our field. Everything from going all the way back to MNIST, but then moving forward to things like ImageNet, COCO, CFAR, of course now much larger data sets like MION. And I think one interesting component of a lot of these is that they were usually designed with the goal of something like general purpose understanding. And almost all of them are images scraped from the web. I mean, MNIST is, of course, pulled from handwriting, but there's also another component, which is that, like I said, a benchmark is not just data. So with something like ImageNet, you've taken, this very large set of categories that someone's decided to define. They've pulled them from a taxonomy of words that were defined in the NLP community. And then they've done some sort of random splitting over that data. And that data is sampled from somewhere. And then I'll get into a little bit later some of the awesome work that Olga has been doing, actually looking at, what actually are the biases and what are the some of the components in some of these data sets that might not be super transparent if you're just using them as a benchmark, but are kind of innate and matter. But benchmarks themselves are also, not just this way for us to think about making progress in computer vision, they've also become a really fundamental aspect of investigating new real-world applications across computer vision. So things like medical imaging, like biodiversity, which is very close to my heart, self-driving cars, fashion, you name it. The way that we define problems often is through the development of a benchmark. And there's an interesting story I'd like to tell actually here. So CUB 200, how many of you are familiar with CUB? So this is the Caltech UCSD birds data set. It's been around for over a decade. And CUB was a data set of 200 different bird species, one of the first fine-grained categorization data sets. CUB was designed and built entirely by computer scientists without a single bird expert. It was scraped from Flickr. And the designers of this data set, I can tell you because like my PhD advisor, will tell you that this is a terrible data set. Serge Boulanger in a talk recently was like, I really wish people would stop using this data set because we didn't know anything about the subject. And actually, it turns out that random people uploading images of birds to Flickr might not be experts either. And so a lot of the data in Cub is actually mislabeled. The taxonomic categories actually don't make sense from an ornithological perspective. And they actually went ahead and after Cub had been put out and it was sort of getting traction, they had people from the ornithology community reach out to them and be like, hey, so cool that you're doing this. It's wrong though. And then they went forward from there and they worked with the Cornell Lab of Ornithology and they built what they consider a much better version, which is the NA Birds dataset. The dataset that was designed together with the community it was intending to serve and computer scientists. Unfortunately, Cub is still the one that gets used the most. So, you know, for what it's worth. But I think it's kind of this interesting story because you can have very good intent as a computer scientist, but you're lacking a lot of context. There's, I think, a lot of different ways when we're engaging with different communities that we lack context. We just don't know. And being humble and recognizing that we don't know everything and that we probably should be working together with others, trying to figure out who these data sets that we're building and the models we're building might actually impact and making sure that they have voices at the table. I think that that's kind of one of the things that workshops like this are trying to encourage. And so, you know, just from my perspective, one of the things that's very interesting about data in general is that it's increasing in scale and increasing in diversity. And so our community really focuses on maybe just some different types of data, but this is just one application area. And we're seeing massive exponential increase in the collection of, you know, everything from bioacoustic data to movement ecology tracks of on-animal sensors. And all of these different types of data are things that ideally machine learning can help process. Because there's a lot of different problems in the world that actually need to be solved from an AI perspective. So this is just my pitch that if you're someone who's working on generic vision problems and you feel like you're in a huge crowd of people and everyone is just trying to do the same thing and you have so much repetition and you're worried about being scooped all the time and everything feels really competitive, there are a lot of real problems in the world that we actually need machine learning to solve. It turns out that biodiversity is in catastrophic failure, and every single one of the data types we collect are proxies. They all don't measure the thing we care about, which is how is biodiversity changing globally. So what we need is machine learning models that can take 3D point clouds and undersea video and sonar and bioacoustic signals and images from lots of different types of sensors and translate that into scientific observation. So if you're looking for application areas, this is a super rich one. There's a ton of stuff going on. And I think one thing that's really nice about it is that the community itself is starting to meet us in the middle. It's very clear who your end users are. And we're starting, because we have this direct connection with them, we can really think about designing things together that are well fit to their actual needs. But of course, you know, then I'm speaking through the lens of biodiversity. This is like what I work on all the time, but I think these actually translate to a lot of other things. Every single type of data that we collect is biased. There is no such thing as unbiased data. This is a nice example of a camera trap I put in Kenya to study elephants. Well, the elephants are behind the camera. So, you know, it turns out you can't actually sort of control in many ways what you're capturing. And there's a lot of things that are always going to be kind of behind the camera. There's a lot of context around data that's missing from the visual signal alone. And then, you know, there's other aspects that bias the data we collect. So in the case of something like a camera trap, one thing that's quite interesting is they're usually triggered by passive infrared change, which means they're innately biased against cold-blooded animals. So even just understanding, like, what are the biases in the samples that we're collecting in the first place that might be actually affecting what data we have to start with, then what data we're going to label, then what we're going to use within that data, how we're going to split it up to evaluate it. All of these things, like it's turtles all the way down. There's so many different dimensions of bias in the data we use. And I think often this community doesn't think about those biases. Because if you randomly split, it turns out the bias is in training and test. So it turns out you think that you're doing really well, but actually you're not really measuring potentially what someone might be interested in. And this is really just, you know, this is scratching the surface, because it turns out that all of the data is biased no matter what, but also is crazy biased in terms of where we're sampling data on Earth. So this is like an aggregate map from the Global Biodiversity Information Facility. It's about 3.5 billion species occurrence records pulled from basically all of the different scientific data we have on species on Earth. Where do we collect data about species, right? We collect data about species in wealthy countries. And this is an estimated map of alpha diversity, the number of unique species in any given place on Earth. They're almost anti-correlated. And so really, where are we collecting data? And what do we actually need to collect if we want to understand something about the real world, something about the Earth? And I think one of the interesting things here is that this right now is our estimated map of alpha diversity. But also, the world is changing. And the world is changing all the time. And no matter what, when we're building machine learning models, we're training on past data by definition. And we're always going to, in some way or another, be trying to predict into the future. And so if those biases change, we know that that means that we have distribution shift. But actually, I would argue that any real world application is innately a distribution shift problem. And it's just a question of how far is that distribution shifting? And how well are we going to be able to generalize over that? Just a couple examples of what this actually looks like, these types of changes and shifts. If you're moving from one part of the world to another, things change a lot. So if you're doing, this is tree crown detection from work by Ben Weinstein, looking at the different, I don't know how familiar any of you are with NEON, the National Ecological Observatory Network. It's a federally funded across all of the continental US and Alaska and Hawaii. There's something like 40 different sites that have been long-term monitored with a bunch of different data collection. Here they're looking at counting individual trees. They have a data set of about 104 million trees. But you can see that even in this very simple case where you're just trying to detect tops of trees, they look different in different places because they're different species and they're vastly different densities. So that's just one example of what distribution shift can look like in a real world problem. This is another case where we're detecting and tracking salmon and counting them for sustainable fisheries across the US and Canada. And here you can see this distribution shift in sort of the, some visual shift in the background bathymetry of different rivers, but you also end up with vastly different rates of salmon in different rivers. Because it turns out that all down here, we overfish salmon for hundreds of years. And so sometimes in some of these rivers in the continental US, we're lucky if we get 6 salmon in an entire season. And up here in the Kenai, they're getting 3 million salmon in a couple weeks. So again, very, very different distributions. But now, if you're actually trying to study something down here, well, there's a huge push to remove dams on all of these rivers and to regenerate salmon populations. So the world is changing. How do you build a model to evaluate something that's going to happen in the future that you want to measure very well? And it's not simple. And so these types of distribution shifts are really ubiquitous. And thinking about what this means from a benchmark perspective, I work with many others on taking a first step towards this with the WILDS data set. And this is really intended to capture how well models generalize to these types of realistic distribution shifts. And I think when we're thinking about curating benchmarks, this is a really interesting one. It was kind of a nice model where they were trying to pull together a bunch of different application areas, but instead of just scraping that data from the web, they actually worked with people who had designed benchmarks across these different areas. So I brought in this camera trap benchmark data set, and I designed that data set with the ecologist in the room. And I think that was sort of the case for a lot of these. So this kind of decentralization of context and expertise coming together to try to build a benchmark that does actually capture the needs of different communities, I think is a nice one. But so I think for me at least, even before the WILDS data set, I built a similar benchmark called Caltech Camera Traps back in like 2018. Where we're measuring in distribution versus out of distribution performance, specifically for static cameras. And I think the point here that was really interesting is until we put together this paper, basically everyone was taking camera trap data, which is static cameras like this, doing a random split or a temporal split, training models, getting 99.9% accuracy, and publishing that in Science and Nature, saying we've solved species identification. And it turns out that no, you memorized a set of camera traps. It's so easy for these models to capture data poisoning. I mean, there's just so many different ways that our models can cheat. And if we actually then, what we found is we were like working with a group and they were like, oh, well, we have these cameras, but we're gonna go out and place 100 more. And so I was like, well, we should probably measure how well it'll work on new cameras. So we'll hold out some cameras, and performance dropped significantly across the board. And it drops, not just for, it drops not just for rare categories, it really continues to drop even for very common categories. So this idea that you can build something that will kind of just work, we need to be capturing intended use in the benchmarks we design and develop. So I've been thinking a lot recently about what this means. Like, we know the world is changing. We know that there's all of these different types of distribution shift. We also know that end users have different needs. So what does the next generation of benchmarks look like? What does our community need to do to move away from things that are really not somehow capturing deployment performance and not capturing maybe what is needed by users in different communities? So I would posit that maybe one thing we need to think about, and maybe we can pull from the online learning community, is how do we build benchmarks that are actually sort of truly dynamic? Because no matter what, I mean, you can build a benchmark that's asking, in a fixed way to predict forward in time. But in practice, what we really need is things that are evolving as time changes. We need to be sort of continuously evaluating and recognizing maybe, trying to frame new research problems around, when do you need to retrain a model? I think we maybe need to think about benchmarks that emphasize not just prediction performance, but actually evaluation metrics that capture impact on decision making. So depending on which community you're talking to, this could be making decisions in a hospital, this could be making policy decisions about an endangered species. What is the actual thing that we want to use the model to do? And how do we kind of build that into our metrics so that we're not just looking at predictive performance? One example here would be if you are interested in detecting an invasive species. Well, invasive species basically by definition means it's not there yet. And it will occur, and it'll probably be the first time that you've ever seen it in a place. And so you don't really have any training data. But also, if you miss it, it will have the potential to grow really rapidly. So now it's very important to detect these needle in a haystack things that you've never seen before. But actually, probably there's a lot of other things that you might possibly want to detect or you might have to deal with, given the fact that you're going to need to tune for super high recall. So maybe now we need metrics that are actually looking at number of human decisions or number of human verifications that need to happen to be able to guarantee high accuracy. Potentially we need benchmarks that are more participatory or more interactive, because these days machine learning models don't kind of live in a black box. They're used by humans, and humans are part of the system. But what does it mean to build a benchmark that actually has interaction built in? Potentially benchmarks that are more resource aware. We're starting to see this a bit more. I think people are recognizing the huge financial burden of large foundation models, but also kind of their added value. But thinking about accessibility, global accessibility of training, I think is a big one. We often work with people who can't even train a ResNet because you just don't have access to GPUs. So how do we think about methods, benchmarks, models that are capturing resources and the costs affiliated to participate? Potentially, how do we think about benchmarks that encourage discovery? So not just predicting things we've already seen, but moving more to this idea of trying to capture the recognition of unknowns, because there's so much we still don't know about the world. And so, as I said, benchmarks need to capture intended use, but I think the last point I want to make is who are the intended users, right? And I think if you're zooming out here, often there's a lot of differences in terms of what people need. Again, through the lens of ecology, if I'm working here in part of the Amazon, perhaps, or I'm working in the Southwest US, there's almost zero overlap in the species I might want to actually predict. And usually, in this community, we want models that work for everyone. We want global models that do everything all the time. But it turned out that there's a lot of capacity taken up in a model that isn't needed if you really only care about a specialized thing. And now if we actually think about end users of machine learning models that aren't maybe Google, some huge company that wants like single models that they can use across the board, you're actually thinking about small scale, local scale decision makers. Often what they need to support their decisions from an AI system is something that's highly specialized. And then this brings us forward this question of how highly specialized. So, what if you are, here in the Amazon versus here in the Amazon? There's still massive differences in terms of what species they're interested in. But again, they're closer in proximity. There's going to be more overlap. Maybe there's potentially more information that can be shared. And I think that I put this up because I think this paper is very nice. But moving to thinking about evaluation of models in the context of who they're actually serving, trying to understand again and capture some of the biases in terms of where in the world the models that we do train do or do not work. But also things like this let us start thinking a bit more about specialization. Because you can actually say, like, okay, well, what if I want to build the best possible model for Africa, versus the best possible general model? And is there a difference in those two things? And that difference could be performance-wise, or it could be resource-wise, right? Because potentially you need less capacity in a model and need less resources to train a model if it can just be specialized to a single sort of place. And, kind of emphasizing this, like in Kenya, I do a lot of individual identification of animals for population estimation. I think there's a lot of people who want to ID bobcats, but they're not in Kenya. There's a lot of people who want to ID giraffes, but they're definitely not in Idaho. And similarly, like Lepidopterus don't care at all about shark species, and shark biologists, ichthyologists, someone correct me if I'm wrong, don't need to ID moths. So again, even just within a single user community, there's a lot of specialization that happens. And so one thing I've been doing with my student Neha, who will be giving a talk later today about this in more detail, is trying to understand this specialization in the context of data. So we've been exploring how, when, and for whom does sharing data actually improve machine learning performance. And I mean, of course, we would like to think that somehow, like the story we tell most end users is we say, share your data with us, we'll add it to our big model, and it will make it work for you. This is not true. It's very, very complex, the ways that this is not true. And I actually think, in particular, things like DataComp, which is a really awesome competition that's been running, is making us think a bit more about the value of data. But again, with something like DataComp, it's thinking about sort of this aggregate value. But I think the thing that I would like us to think about more is that aggregate value is not the same as specific user value. And it's possible that there's some data point in this data set, snapshots are Getty, that is not maybe super useful for the users at this national park, but might be highly useful for users at this much smaller national park. And so how do we think about systems that capture task-specific data value? And the reason I think this is such an important dimension of research is that when we ask people to share all of their data, we're asking them to give up power. I mean, data actually captures a lot of power. And we've basically been telling a really general story that says like, yeah, okay, you'll give up your data sovereignty, you'll give us your data, and we'll build you a model that will then, somehow serve you in a way that will be valuable enough that it is worth giving up that power. But if that's not true, or we can't be specific about the ways that it's true, which it isn't, then I think we're basically doing a huge disservice much more generally. And now, as you're thinking about the different complicated ways that, particularly in the developing world, the power has been taken over centuries, I think that this is just another version of that. And so I would love for us to have much more transparency about why we're asking for data to be shared what is the quantifiable benefit of sharing that data, and in the context of sharing for whom and for what. Because I might have a very specific set of goals in one national park, but I also, there might be value in sort of this idea of like a data marketplace. Maybe someone in a nearby national park is really interested in a very specific species of dik-dik, and they don't have a lot of them there, but I have a lot of dik-diks. Now, okay, so I could train a model for dik-diks and I could give them that model, or I could give them some of my dik-dik data and they can try to train their own model. A lot of that depends on who has resources to actually do custom training. But really, like, what are the ways that we want to think about data, and how do we actually capture the value of that data for me, for someone else, depending on our use of interest. And I think one thing that's become very, very clear as we've been sort of exploring this space is that no model is better than a model that you train on your data. And often global data, the value of that data really decreases as you kind of move further from the distribution, right? So when we're thinking about kind of the value of ImageNet, that value massively decreases if you're moving outside of the kind of Western prior of ImageNet. That's something like that Geode data set starts to capture. And then I think, thinking about capacity, just the first step along that, this is a paper we worked on last year. I worked on with a bunch of folks from ISU Austria. But you can actually get much, much higher rates of compression if you need models that can work without, massive GPUs and high resources if you specialize. So, a very kind of cute example is like if you let a large generalist model trained on ImageNet specialize on just sharks, the compression will basically learn to remove the red channel because it doesn't need it. And so there's interesting ways to think, again, about resources in the context of specialization, which is really important for accessibility for a lot of these downstream users. And then finally, I think when you're thinking about the value of data, there's a lot of information that isn't captured in existing labels that might be of value to someone else. So here, this is a benchmark I've been working on with one of my other students, Eddie Vendro, where we're trying to think about how do you actually benchmark the ability to get secondary information out of already collected and already shared data. So how do we actually move beyond kind of the existing set of labels and make it easier to ask new questions from things like the 197 million images in iNaturalist. And so just thinking about benchmarking ways to do open-ended scientific query on existing data. But moving beyond kind of this, again, who designed the labels? Who decided what they wanted to get out of the data? What are the benchmarks we're building and who are we building them for? And then one of the last things I just want to really emphasize to this community is that good performance on a good, well-designed, realistic benchmark is not the same as impact. So a machine learning model is one thing, but it turns out that to actually move to impact and deployment, there's an entire ecosystem of other stuff that has to happen. And 1% to 2% performance difference in this model has almost zero impact on the entire system, right? You need everything from methods to actually collect the data, infrastructure to move data to models, software tooling to support all of these like different components. You need to do verification and correction on a model if you want to do any sort of decision making. You need to decide if the model needs to be retrained, and you need to actually have a pipeline for retraining that model. And then you actually need to support those decisions. So often this means you need something about uncertainty. You need to have some quantification of what you think the model can and can't do. And it turns out that every single part of this pipeline is really reliant on people, and specifically experts in a given community. So I just don't want to see any more intros of papers that are like, I got 2% more performance on this benchmark data set and it's going to save the world. Just calling all of us out, myself included. And so one of the things that I think we really need is more capacity. More capacity to kind of be building models in the context of everything else and to be building all these other things as well. So the last thing I just wanted to point out is I've been running this interdisciplinary program where we basically take expert ecologists, so people who are doing PhDs, postdocs, work for different fish and wildlife services or departments of the interior globally. We bring them for 3 weeks. They bring their own data that they don't have to give us. And they write their own code and they train their own models. And they leave after 3 weeks, really with hands-on experience designing and building these systems themselves. And I think that decentralization of not just sort of like tools that someone can use like an API, but actually the decentralization of the knowledge and the skills to build the models is very important when you're thinking about trying to scale up and trying to be more responsible about the way that we engage with data, with models themselves, and kind of with computer vision in deployment. And I think a model like this makes a lot more sense for something like tribal organizations in the United States who are, for very good reason, super cautious about handing over data. I think it makes sense to then, if there's a good reason not to share data centrally, let's bring the skills and the knowledge decentrally. So thanks. If you are interested in working on conservation, we have like over 2,000 plus people in this AI for Conservation Slack channel. It's a very, very friendly, happy community where we think a lot about real problems and data, and I very much enjoy it. And I'm super happy to answer questions. This was kind of like a meta scale talk. I wasn't really exactly sure, but hopefully it was interesting.
If there's any questions,
Yeah.
can I field this?
Oh, okay. Yeah, perfect.
Thank you very much for the talk. It was great. And there are a couple of things you mentioned really important specialty, also like adapting the data for the changing world. And I'm really curious like how you're handling it for biodiversity.
I mean, we're doing our best, right? But it's hard. So we try really, we really try to think about when we're training models or evaluating them, like what is the intended use and how do you actually make sure that you're quantifying that in the context of the decisions. So sometimes that actually means sort of really convoluted data splits where we're trying to think very carefully about like what are the different types of unknowns we might see and how can we know that basically if you measure performance on this held out set, that's not going to be the same as performance on this other held out set that's actually in reality, but it's more just to get a rough sense of how trustworthy are these things, what are the things that we might want to look out for. And I think one thing that's really tough, really tough, that we've been struggling with a lot, and me and a student have been really just bashing our heads against it, is if you want to use machine learning models to understand change in the world, but you know that the change in the world is going to affect the performance of machine learning models, how do you disentangle machine learning model performance change from the underlying signal change that you actually want to measure? And I think this is a very, very difficult problem and something that we're going to need to figure out.
Is it beyond data? Is it more like retraining or is it more like using reinforcement learning? So what methodologies like do you guys for?
I mean, so yeah, I mean, depends on the problem, right? There's a lot of different types of data. We use a lot of different things. But so this like disentangling thing, I think it's even a little more complex than that because it's basically like if you do retraining, now you have a different model. So now you have one biased model and another biased model. So maybe what you do is you take both models separately and then you run them on the past data and on the future data. But if you have different data that you've trained them on, of course they're going to have different biases. So how do we really quantify that bias? And how do we quantify what the model might start over or under predicting so that we can make sure that we're not counting that as underlying change? So I think it's less of a methodological question and more of like how do you even think about quantifying these types of bias question. But yeah, I mean, I think there's tons of different, there's so many different open research questions, even in the space of biodiversity, that basically any method you're working on, I could probably find you a problem if you're curious.
Thank you for the presentation. Do you think that generative AI can help to remove some biases like illumination, the background, that is always the same with the camera?
Yeah, so this is actually that's a really great question. So we've been thinking a lot about generative AI and ways that it can help. Particularly because a lot of species are very rare, and so we don't have a lot of data for them. And so it's been kind of this open question for a while. Can we generate additional training data that's realistic enough to be useful? It's pretty hard to do. And I think one of the reasons is that these modern generative models are just as biased as everything else. So it's one very clear example. It is almost impossible to get a generative AI model to generate a female bird, because people take pictures of male birds because they're prettier. So all the data on the internet is of male birds. Like, there's a huge bias towards male birds. And so these priors are kind of baked in. And then we need mechanisms to try to fine tune them so that we can think about de-emphasizing. But the other thing that I think is really interesting about this, like using generative AI to try to reduce some of these biases, so again, kind of gets back at that question of who's the end user and what do they need. Those biases for a specific camera can often be useful. Like, there's kind of this idea of like useful overfitting. So you have an explicit trade-off between sort of general accuracy and being able to accurately identify corner cases. And this is like very explicit. So if you know, okay, I really care about raccoons, and it's actually really important to me that I detect raccoons during the day, because that's kind of out of their normal behavior, and I want to detect those anomalies, then of course you could think about generating an AI model, using a generative model to take nighttime images, make them look more like daytime, and that would probably help. But it will be at the expense of accurate performance on nighttime images often. Like, when you change the kind of prior in the training data, it moves you away from the real prior, which almost always hurts performance in some way. So there's just always trade-offs, and if you just care sort of in aggregate about detecting as many raccoons as possible, it might be better to get a model that's very good at nighttime raccoons and just forget about the daytime images. So it depends. Yeah.
Hi, just to the gentleman who asked the question on generative AI, there is a paper that was presented at NERSC last year called Alia, and they generate diverse domain descriptions using GPT-4 to create synthetic data on iWildCam, for example. So you can check that out.
Yeah, I really like that paper, and I think one of the things that's it's basically explicitly looking at trying to get models to generalize. I guess the point I was making is that if you need a model to generalize, that might not be the best model to not generalize, right? So that you're making very conscious choices. The cool thing about generative AI is it's a little more controllable. I mean, I think we still have a long way to go, but if you had some idea about what the distribution or what sort of the characteristics, if you have an expert who knows about the problem they want to solve, then potentially we can try to work from existing data in other places and adapt it with expertise to match the distribution of where you actually want the model to work.
I have a question with regards to that, actually. So when experts design data sets, right?
Yeah.
There are, as you said, useful overfitting cases where there are some environments where some species actually exist. So if you're predicting sharks, they are in water-based environments. So that is a bias that you want to capture in a sense. But there are also unintended biases that creep in when anybody, especially humans, makes a data set.
Yeah.
Right? So during the data set design process, how does one control for these unintended spurious correlations that sort of creep in?
I mean, I think that's a really fantastic question, and it's often very difficult to do. So we could list all of the things we can think of that might bias a data set: the sensor type, what time of day, what part of the world it's from, weather. We can start listing things. The danger is the things that we haven't thought of, right? But I do think that one thing is really useful when you're designing benchmarks is everyone wants a table with a single number where they can show that their number is higher than the other number. But really practically, I think we need about 50 numbers to be able to have any good sense of what a model is doing. And really taking the time, potentially in the supplementary material, because we don't have infinite space in our papers, to do breakdowns of evaluation across categories, across all of these different potential dimensions of bias, to try to capture and visualize what is sort of helping versus not, or if there's things where we're just really specifically, the models maybe just decided not to learn something because it's rare and it's taking capacity. So I think that the more we can kind of push for benchmarks that are a bit more nuanced and that have more numbers, even though that then, you know, of course it's harder, it's not as easy of a story. I think that is a step in the right direction, but definitely doesn't solve that we don't know what we don't know problem. Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
happy to follow up with anyone later. I'll be back and forth with this workshop during the day. So
Yeah.
thanks so much.
So please find Sarah at some point in the day if you have more questions. We're going to move on. All right, okay. The next thing is rapid talks. So there's going to be 3 talks, one of which is a virtual talk with a video. And yeah, so once you see your opening slide, please come up and actually do the talk, and then I'll reserve some time for like 1 or 2 questions. Okay. Perfect.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Ryosuke Yamada. I am a PhD student at University of Tsukuba in Japan. So today I will talk about our study titled is ImageNet Pre-training Fair in Image Recognition. This paper investigates the impact of different pre-training methods, specifically manually supervised learning and self-supervised learning on fairness in various downstream tasks. We assess how these pre-training methods might perpetuate or mitigate social bias, influence recognition model performance, and fairness across diverse vision applications. Yeah. Okay. First, I will elaborate on the background of our research, focusing on visual pre-training in image recognition. Currently, visual recognition is indispensable for enhancing recognition performance in computer vision tasks. Particularly in the field of image recognition, ImageNet pre-trained models have become widely prevalent. Typically employing supervised learning based on human labels. Recently, however, self-supervised learning, which does not require human label data, has made remarkable progress. In some image recognition tasks, it has even surpassed the performance of ImageNet pre-trained models. A particularly important point to highlight here is that many of the large-scale pre-trained models developed recently have been built using self-supervised learning. However, concerns have been raised about social bias, copyright, and privacy issues with datasets used for large-scale pre-training model. For instance, data biases related to race, skin color, and age have been identified in ImageNet. Additionally, it has become increasingly common for pre-trained model to be developed using datasets that are only accessible to certain research institutions, raising significant concerns about transparency. As a first step towards addressing these issues, we investigate the impact of supervised learning and self-supervised learning on fairness in downstream tasks using ImageNet. Yeah, this slide outlines our experimental setup for our study, comparing manually supervised learning and self-supervised learning in terms of pre-training effective and fairness in image recognition tasks. For pre-training, we utilize the ImageNet 1K, applying different pre-training methods such as manually supervised learning and self-supervised learning. Representative method is SimClear and Moco. After pre-training, we processed with fine-tuning on IMDb Wiki, Fairface, and CIFAR10S, which is conducted in two distinct scenarios, biased scenario and also bias in the training data. From the results of our experiments, we have found that self-supervised learning generally produce fair outcomes than manually supervised learning in both biased and unbiased scenario, fine-tuning scenarios. Additionally, our findings show that Moco, by increasing level variation during pre-training, can create a more equivalent, equitable pre-trained model. This evidence suggests that self-supervised learning not only enhances fairness, but also holds promise to surpass human annotated supervised learning in terms of effectiveness as research in the area progress. In the future, I believe it is crucial to explore the possibilities of synthetic pre-training, particularly in formula-driven supervised learning. We have discovered that pre-training effects comparable to those from large-scale real image datasets can be achieved using datasets automatically generated from formulas. FDXL offers a way to alleviate issues related to social bias and ethics in pre-training datasets. I am looking forward to discuss these topics further during post session. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Is there any questions?
Do you have any reasoning about why self-supervised training is fairer than the supervised way?
Self-supervised, sorry, one more.
I'm asking why, the self-supervised learning from your experiments it turns out to be that the result is fairer than the traditional supervised way. Right?
Okay, thank you for your questions. I think the manually supervised learning is based on human annotated levels. So, but on the other hand, self-supervised learning does not require levels such as Moco and SimClear learns based on contrastive learning. So these different methods I think the key points to fair results to self-supervised learning, so does not require human level. So yeah, biases.
Okay. For additional questions, please see the poster session. We only have time for that one. Can you put the next? And then one more. There we go.
Okay.
Can I use this slide? Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lia Morra. I'm an assistant professor at Turin Polytechnic University in Italy. And today I will be talking about the role of image anonymization in the context of data collection. By image anonymization, we actually mean a very broad set of techniques that have been used historically to remove or obfuscate some features from the image that might lead a human or a machine to re-identify the person or the persons that are depicted in an image. Historically, we used different set of techniques. The first ones were based on facing painting and pixelizations. But those techniques actually destroy not only the sensitive information, but also the non-sensitive information. And we cannot use those images, for example, to train a machine learning model. So with the goal to be actually able to use those images, those anonymized images, towards machine learning tasks, the community has shifted towards using synthetic images generated through generative techniques, generative AI. In the work that we have been doing with the Camouflage project is really pushing this concept towards anonymizing not only the facial features or the bodily features, but also the context in which the user is sitting in the background. I don't have a lot of time to go into the details, but broadly speaking, what we're using is a conditional synthesizer that is based on the latent diffusion model that has two forces. One, that pushes the image towards the image generation process towards preserving information that we think is non-sensitive, such as, for example, the pose, the caption, and the semantic segmentation, and one that pushes the image towards away from the embedding of the original image, so we implicitly balance between the sensitive and non-sensitive information. So today, what I would like to discuss with you is whether those synthesized images are actually better than the real ones for training a machine learning model. The first thing that we need to look at is utility. Can we train a model that is as accurate as the models that we train on the original images? We looked at this in the context of facial attribute recognition. If we look at the performance that we achieve on Syllabay in the original image, we have roughly 90% accuracy on inner face attributes, roughly 92% accuracy on the outer face attributes. And if we look at the best result of our generative models, we achieve roughly 89% accuracy on the inner face attributes and 92% accuracy basically on the outer face attributes. So from the point of view of performance, we could say that the synthetic and the real images are apparently quite similar and pretty much the same utility. But potentially, we are overlooking a lot of things. For example, all generative techniques will introduce some artifacts in the generated images. These might be infrequent and might be one of the most benign aspects, but they do occur. The second point, and I'm sorry, but I don't know why it is not displaying correctly. The second point is bias amplification. So if we take the original image and we anonymize it, we are implicitly taking all the biases of the original data set. This is the ethnicity distribution of the Syllabay data set. It is a very common data set for facial attribute studies. And we can see that it is quite skewed towards the white ethnicity. And most of the anonymization techniques will retain or even amplify that bias. The third issue that we have found is beautification. A lot of, especially stable diffusion models, will tend to beautify the images and in some cases even sexualize them a little bit. We don't have a way to fully capture this in a kind of quantifiable way, but for example, if we look at the estimated ages on the real and the anonymized images, we will see that the anonymized images are actually perceived by the machine learning model as being younger than the original image, which we take as an indirect sign of beautification. And the last problem that we might be facing are due to stereotypical appearances. If the image to be anonymized has facial features that are not stereotypically feminine or are not stereotypically masculine, or if the ethnicity, for example, is mixed, many of these anonymization techniques will amplify one gender features that are typically associated stereotypically with one gender and remove the others. We don't know exactly why this happens. It might be an issue due to the pre-training of Stable Diffusion. It might also be an issue related to the anonymization models, because at the beginning of the anonymization, what we do is we extract some information that we wish to preserve through an annotator. And the annotator might not be able to recognize the ambiguity. If we use, for example, a caption estimator, the caption will usually include the word either a woman or man, and may not be able to deal effectively with ambiguous inputs that does not sit right in the middle of one end of the spectrum. So what we're looking for are ways to actually measure and capture those biases and see what are the impacts that we might have on final trained models. I hope to see you at the poster section, of course, and we might have time for questions.
Thank you so much. Great talk. Is there any questions? We have time for one.
Thank you for the talk. So from your point of view, what is the, if there is any, what is the optimized anonymization result? For example, right, if you look at the number 4, right, so you have original and then you have 4 different anonymization technique results. I mean, which one is the most, is optimized? Which one is the most acceptable? Are there any standard to define that?
I think this is a great question. We actually do not have a lot of standards to define that. What we have been doing as a community is looking at the re-identification rate, but that only measures the privacy risk. It doesn't measure utility or fidelity of the anonymized images. And if we look at techniques such as camouflage or Falco that has been published last year at CVPR, we see that the content is actually 100% synthetic. So it makes it very difficult to understand what we need to preserve and what we do not need to preserve. To a certain extent, I think this is quite an open issue at the moment. We are working with a team of visual semioticians to understand what are the traits that we use to give cultural and social meaning to an image and try to preserve those traits. For example, we cannot really see in this example, but there is one in the paper where the image depicts a monk, a Buddhist monk. And one of the methods that Falco completely removes the clothes. But that also changes the cultural meaning, because that is no longer a religious person. That is just, a person from that particular ethnicity. So we do not really have a complete full picture of what we need to preserve culturally speaking. I think it's an open issue.
Awesome. Okay, let's see if I can play this.
Intelligence database management. organizations.
Okay, if there are any questions about that particular talk, please reach out to the author directly because they are virtual. There we go. Okay, the next thing is the poster sessions. Just as a reminder, please choose a spot between 16 and 22 for your posters, and take them down with you afterwards. And yeah, we're going to the Arch Building Exhibit Hall. I'm not quite sure where that is, but we'll figure it out. And afterwards, there's going to be a coffee break. So please be back here at around 10:45. And thank you again so much for the authors. If we can give one more round of applause. Another one. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I will buy the very now like the like all like the main like
Not sure to do that. So if that was a thing. A lot of government. But it's a different.
Like, could I try and translate it to
No, so we announced GRT2 last week. So, Jen's red team, we're doing it again, it's a different format. Very different. So it's, we're asking people to come up with full data sets to evaluate the models. And you can construct the stuff that we're providing them. And then if we accept it, then we'll have but honestly, about where we have the CV program, presenting a lot of people. That's the same with us. That's a big question for the government space right now. And they don't know how to do it. And then we know we're talking about this campaign about mainstream.
Ooh, I like that.
Because we're kind of renting the process.
Yeah.
The big GRT, like the love thing, but most of us on the web.
So there's a basic, right? There's a breakdown in the network.
It gets
So
to
that's
the
the
point.
poster.
Stuff.
I should probably go to
And but it's more outward, right? But this year, it's like, we're just gonna do it.
yeah. The panel is gonna be here,
And
right?
it's gonna go
Yes.
down. And I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, I
There's gonna be enough movement.
Yes, there always is. There's always.
Yeah, it's probably okay, but I never do.
I've been spending most of my effort on getting this AI thing. With Parker and Miguel and.
Like,
Like Ron and
I
Mark.
think it's,
We should go get
yes,
the other.
actually, I think there's coffee on this poster session. So, yeah, there should be a coffee on the poster session, which.
Yeah.
In theory, exhibit hall.
Exhibit hall, the arch exhibit hall. It's in this building. Where? I'm not sure, but we can ask someone.
Fourth or third floor, yes.
Tattoos are strange. You get the ones, the little.
Anyways, how are you?
Good. Good. I heard amazing things.
I mean, I have a lot of but my favorite one is like, I have a full dragon.
My partner has a little dragon. He just
Really?
got it. Yeah.
I love that.
Super excited about it.
Oh, yeah, I've got it, like the head is over here on the ring.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to get.
Oh,
I sent that one over my
I
artist.
finished my PhD in anthropology. My first step on. Great. I watched
I'm
it.
gonna be in Australia next week,
And
and.
then first year I hung out there.
And I have goals, so like I have to get that.
Yeah.
That's gonna be second year.
So I won't be.
So I'm a geometry at Harvard, about geometry at Necron. And then the.
Yeah, I
director
mean,
was really-
My partner just got it.
Cool.
So I'm kind of dived into.
But it actually was better for him than.
Maybe qualificationally or.
I've heard a lot of everything next year, but I've heard.
Yeah, he was like up and about like the same week. I remember being down for a run.
Use the take photos when you send them on, so I have.
The review board brings everything. I have rolled my personal
Yeah,
desktop,
I'm not looking forward to it.
that is still using with like personal hard drive on there.
Had like a number of surgeries
Yeah.
now that I consider
What
under
do you
that
want to
umbrella of like gender
Yeah,
affirmation surgeries, and that was really
And
amazing.
then I am
And it's
in the middle of
so easy.
Oh.
So easy. And then I also got like
Yes.
yeah, plans and stuff.
nice. Yeah.
Did you
That was the worst.
Really? Oh, yeah, I guess that, yeah,
Yeah, so,
yeah.
but good luck. I mean, do you have someone to try to find this place?
Yeah, my mom is connected to, I'm also like.
I didn't have to travel, so.
We wanna go to
Yeah,
the.
I wanna get some caffeine.
Yeah.
I wanted to, I wore my panties.
I love it. I love it. I love the brown. It's very, it's,
because no one's responsible, right? The whole session is empty, so there's no responsible for this AI stuff. Only in European Union for the regulation.
Where was it? Yeah.
So like a posting session or
Right now, yeah, it's like but I think there's only
oh, the bunch. Yeah, it's a coffee break, a bunch of things going on. Oh.
Hi. Hey. have great for the first one?
Sorry again?
Do we have a selection of 3 topics?
I would go with another person.
Okay, so responsible practices, generative AI, and do you mind presenting on the 3 choices? Okay. And then I guess we can do generative AI, best practices. And
So you can come over on papers and just try to.
Yeah.
Deliver slides.
Oh, sorry.
Email them to me.
Yes, I will probably get all of that done to the lunchtime-ish.
Cool. So let us know.
Thank you. So I guess what we'll do then, depending on the amount of people.
We can either do 3 or like 2 or.
Exactly. And then I think that there is one participant on here. So I'll ask them if they want to, like, which one they would want to join, and then just physically take my laptop over there. Yeah?
Sure.
Cool. And then I guess, so we have an hour, maybe leave like the 15 minutes at the end for like sharing, the share out between everyone, unless there's something on the group, in which case.
Yeah.
We'll just do the whole hour. Okay, sweet.
If it is one group, we can just like all together discuss the entire time. Okay.
Sounds great.
And I would say maybe if it is one group, let's order. So the future considerations, I would rank one.
Okay.
The current considerations, like ethical challenges, rank two, and generative AI is the rank three, basically, like three groups.
We could also do ranking by vote.
Okay, whatever they do, yes.
Yeah.
That's the idea. Okay. Excellent. How are you otherwise? Everything is good.
I have a cold.
Oh,
Right, so I'm fine. Yeah, I got back from FACT, from Brazil. It was so good. It was such a great conference. I love going to that and AIES. They're my two favorites.
CPR is too big, right?
It is very big, yeah. But this is my first time at CPR.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I never been to FACT.
Really?
No.
Oh, so worth it.
I should come.
Yeah. It was far this year, though.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Yeah?
Real. Yeah, it's fun.
It's fun.
I mean, for that team right now, so I left the small business. I'm a product which I do like much less research. And I'm like focused on the device and that stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes.
I think we did the same thing with OpenAI. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, even if I do a reorg, the RAI organization, I'm sorry, I put this next to anymore. No, I mean, all teams are still there. But we got a lot of the RAI folks got refactored into Google DeepMind. And a few are staying in Google Research. So it's
What is the organization that you join, like this like scalability or any division under DeepMind?
No, it's all under one. Like, there's core, I mean, I think all of us are still talking to one another, which is good. But I think it's also good that, you know, we can always do that. There's a lot of communication issues.
I keep it fine. I mean, like, there are no
Right now, because of the reorg, there's just nothing. I would wait like 3 months for the dust to settle. Because the reorg, they stopped all hiring because that's like no one knows really what's going on. So I would give it like.
I also heard that so many people
Yeah, I haven't heard that in of research, but that's definitely true.
Shall we start?
What is the time? Let's give it to, yeah.
It's at the pool party, so again, not directly at the pool.
I think with the current group, we could probably split into 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, there's more people joining. That's great.
I feel like I don't have this strategy, so. Because I have to grab all their clothes off, so I can long machine at 2 AM, washing, so I can get it back to them. I don't want, like, purple dye, you know.
Settings. Security. Here we go.
All right, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed the poster session. So we would like to make this session interactive. So it's going to be like round table. What we plan to do is actually divide this group into two. We have two different topics to discuss, and we will actually put some tabletops at the end. So there are two topics, and you can choose either side. One of them is actually the current challenges and best practices designing responsible data sets on the right side, thinking about right now. On my left side, the second topic is actually the challenges and design challenges and ethical considerations for the future responsible AI data sets. So I recommend assigning people, or like they can choose the topics, or
All right, show of hands, who's interested in the current challenges?
How far in the future is the future?
it could be, I would say, the next couple of years, but depends on the speed of the.
Yeah, I
the
feel like
changes.
current day, it's probably like next year.
Far future.
Yeah. Okay, so wait, current challenges?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
So,
seems like a good split.
yeah, let's do on my right side the current challenges. So we have the tabletop post-its and pens to use next to the tabletops, and the other folks can actually like stay on this side, and we can just like iterate on the discussions. We had two people remote. Let's see if they responded. Is it on your?
It should be
Here, okay.
that one. Yeah.
We
They
have
did that.
I don't think.
Okay. I mean, I'll just.
We just did it.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's do this then. Who would like to moderate the conversation for the best practice? They will come here. But also, so what we really plan to have in this session, we just like start the conversation from any topics. So if any of you has any questions or like points to start discussion, please go forward. And then from there, please take notes because we would like to use these notes later to summarize our findings, questions that we may want to. Correct? And
And also feel free to like move chairs around and stuff like that. Make yourself comfortable. I don't expect everyone to stand for like an hour. And for people that just joined, we're doing roundtable discussion. That side is going to be current challenges in responsible data. And the left side, my left, is going to be future challenges in responsible data. And you can choose which side you want to go through. Hopefully try and make it even split. But yeah.
Basically, it's far away from each other.
Yeah. Maybe move.
The future.
Yeah.
So that-
Yeah. And then we'll leave like 15 minutes at the end for each group to sort of share the discussion with the others. Cool? Cool. Okay.
So I can actually start this conversation a little bit. So anybody so far worked on data set design? Would you like to start with your experience first and then what your considerations are? Iteration?
So the data set I made was on video question answering, and we were basing it off of like template generation, and we were really trying to make it as like getting rid of biases because there's a lot of like there's a QA data set where you could answer no for all the questions and still get or like decent amount. But I think my main takeaway was one that was really hard to do when we had generating questions. And it was very dependent on the CRUF structures that we were facing them on. And so any quality issues with those would transfer through. So there's a lot of like assumptions and rules and adjustments we have to make on that one. And so I did a first iteration of it, and then I did a second one trying to fix some of those issues. And then I was like, okay, like, it was just difficult. And I think what stood out was even though we had a lot of control over the distribution, and it was still very hard.
How did you divide it?
What
is the bias? Like how do you define it?
We were trying, it was truly just like class balancing. So we were both like, one, it was like same number of questions, they answered yes and no, but we went down into like very specific, same number of things to ask them about object X and object Y were yes and no, and versus like that's very specific of the question to ask about like object X like Y relationship with object Z, and like those would have an exact same balance and stuff like that. And then for open answering questions, it was just trying to make the question response. Smoothing it out.
So the future consideration, which focus on the long tail, or like how did you?
Sorry.
The long tail. So it's usually the problem. Like, do you have any like future considerations on that?
We didn't have any future. Oh, future considerations.
How would you like tackle it?
The way that we tackle it is basically overall by just getting rid of the worker classes, having as much data. I'm like, I know it's a data set thing, but it doesn't make me think that it's like you just don't have it unless there's synthetic generation. But all of it like corporate inherent.
What are you?
Very good data set. So the Ember 2000 data set was a bunch of malware data, essentially, not as key data. Portable executable with those binary executable formats. And we had distribution issues with malware data sent behinds. That was like key data sets. So you had key data being and features that were open source or much lower quality but were closed source features. So that affected the model drastically. It's very easy to shift into distribution as well. So self data about these models because we don't have any copyright ownership. So we repeat data. And one of the things that people are discussing in the future is probably expected. But the biggest problem with that is you can definitely run malware data, malicious stuff, fairly cheaply, and you don't have to worry about copyrights. And there's lots of malware out there. Getting benign data is incredibly hard.
Yeah, I think let's talk about copyright data, right? So for example, I worked on collecting a data set of individuals, and like our solution was to collect it on that one, but it's costly. So it cannot scale to millions of users or like people. So the option will be like how to deal with the copyright, like if I should like scrap data from the web. Would it be like actionable or like impossible to like reach out to owners of the photograph makers or the person who has pictures of the photos and like get their copyright? If not, what would be actually like alternative to this? Like maybe anonymization, but then what's the effect of anonymization in the model? In the chain model, right? So you should like using anonymization could be somewhat solution to copyright issue.
Depends, well, specifically talks about copyright or you talk about personal identifiers. And also depends on the framework that you want. At least in Europe, anonymization is so even if you are minimizing data, this can be consent.
Of the individuals.
Of the individuals, unless you have a ethical need that so it's like your need is actually the need for the data set is actually not within the contract. So I know that, for example, in Europe, certain medical data sets were collected without individual consent. If you want to do a data set that is actually because once you have consent, that consent is actually used to process, which is self-selection.
Do we have any considerations, for example, for this consent? Like I know the policy, the AI policy, the countries work on it. How to actually like regularize this for model development or like data collection. But it's you know, a lot of studies.
Yeah, well, this to me is like one of the really big future things. And like, you don't know the right language, but I call it the value uncertainty.
Yes.
And so everyone's like, oh, well, you should be compensated for your data, you should consent to it, or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but I have no idea what the value of it is in the future. It's not like me selling a car where I'm like, yeah, it's worth about 15 grand this year, and it'll probably be worth 13, but you know, what the pre-training tools did is it's almost like you had a car, and you're like, oh yeah, I know they'll be worth about $13,000 next year. And they're like, actually, we made a machine that turns cars into like knowledge, and now it's worth way more. There's no way you could have known, you know, all the data. Models are just pre-training use public information, and I feel like it's almost like you need one or somebody to say like, how do you deal with value uncertainty?
Yeah.
You know, is it just market pricing in some way? Is that something you can do? It's just never value of it. And I think that's really defined consent.
Right. So it's basically saying that data that we assume is not there, but it might be very worthwhile in the future, or like it might actually, how to say, like create value over time.
Yeah, it's kind of like, am I buying something that's a reliable depreciating asset, like a car, or am I buying something that kind of has very rapidly depreciating value, like a little credit, or am I buying stuff? Like when I give you my data, like what am I? What is that transaction?
So I think like one thing I can think of, maybe time concept. So you actually want to do your data like for lifelong, but you want to trade of time. And then, yes, exactly.
some kind of infrastructure.
The timeline thing to the copyright, people get around copyright with images by just hitting the URL with the image, like Pavilion and Internet and a few others. And, DNS registration, domain registration requirements. Registering with the data set.
Wow.
Yeah, it's Carney and Will Pearson. So like having I think you downloading my image for the next year. This would be like a year. It's helpful with making people see stuff.
So it comes with a lot of challenges from like networks.
Hosting costs for everyone.
Hosting costs. Exactly. Oh yeah, you need like a lot more data on how to host it. Or is there any like section like let me ask this technical consideration for hosting images?
Maybe I want most of the my data will be used only for some tasks and some other tasks.
Yes. So thinking about this PII data, actually hosting that PII data is almost or less for like industry because of regulations, legal bindings, where it might be slightly like easier for like research institutes. But then research institutes like have difficulties to find like finding funds to secure this data. So like what would be like benefits, right? Maybe the governments can actually like find a way to store the data on behalf of research institutes or the industry. But question is like, do we really need to store it? Why would we need it?
Big security issues, behavioral models for like ransomware stuff. You cannot get that away from like computers, online with username, passwords, and it's really hard to disinfect and optimize that. If you want to do a good first pass, you're kind of mess up.
So there will be always some.
People always be something, and it's probably some of the most valuable data, and it's drawing out the industry. You contracts they have, don't you can't do learning, you can't do city like that. Servers and all the contracts that they have that is before included technical data. So companies that come out a while like others have it like Starbucks. Data. And there's no way for you to start up the data here. Stuff. How we treat nowadays.
So it's basically past the future. How do we deal with like contract changes or like policy changes in storing, sharing PII data, right?
And you've dived into it, like huge costs at the same time.
But there's a really strong razor between data sets that it's like a one common data sets. I know we're talking about PII.
Yes.
Like salmon don't have PII.
Yes. Yes.
Yet. And
yeah.
So, I don't know, like actually do we see, thinking about the future as regulations come on board, mostly probably for data sets with humans, and we actually see a bigger investment into nature, space, geo events.
It depends on.
Maybe you some type of PI.
Yeah, like architecture or something.
I think it will spark like what we actually earlier discussed, the value. Like if there will be value of such thing, I think we will try to like make it PII data also for like biodiversity or like you know yes.
PII is separate.
That was an interesting piece in your talk actually about like when people talk about images and PII, I always think, well, first that's hard because people's faces are PII.
And we need them in images, I think. But then your talk was actually really interesting. Like actually the background, like my house, what's in my house, the pictures on my walls, right? It's kind of contextual
We really tried to retrieve the original images with the anonymized with technique that also maybe painting and we can go back.
Yeah, quite
to the
easily
original
with
image.
Google Lens. It's not even very sophisticated. It's just in the cell phone.
Yeah. So I think that really that's like
Yeah,
how much of the
hard
image
to
is
disentangle what is in unstructured data. Basically, you have to disentangle what is AI. There is no unique definition. The definition will change. So it's not even asking whether data is anonymous. It's under which conditions you can consider that particular type of data is to be anonymous. Under which technical.
Training one model, you might need it to be anonymized. You don't want to learn big users there in that data set. And other people, microphones might need user information.
Another question which I think is somehow separate from the question of offline AI is how users can actually test. We've been working on this topic a lot with I work with the American Association of Physical Medicine on medical question related to best practices in medical evaluation. And one of the questions that we see is how can individual hospitals make sure that the model that has very good performances according to a vendor actually works on their data. And they don't necessarily have the resources, but most importantly, they don't have know-how on how to construct a data set. So we're kind of saying, well, you have to test it because it's your responsibility, but we don't really give you the tools and the know-how to do it. And I think also that applies to the college. So if I have this fantastic model and the I don't know, in agriculture, a farmer in Kenya wants to use it, how can the individual users understand if the model is working effectively? They have no know-how to it.
Like how to change every rescue to man and outcome. So when you try to find the disease of other people, there is a different
if I can jump in. So I work like 2/3 in product, 1/3 in more of like this. And so I always think of like model, and it's interesting because in this world, in like CVPR world, like the models are the most important thing. Like there's no models are never exposed to people. Models are put into a system, usually a product. You know, test them. Like that's what I've been doing like my whole career. It's like, oh yeah, you got to test it with the people who are going to use it, how it works, how it doesn't. And I think that's one of these progressions, right? It's like I genuinely think we're just about done with the, oh, I got 89%. Oh, I got 89.2%. And I actually think some of Apple's announcements recently were kind of like, yep, we're done with that because now we're really infusing the models into products, and the truth is just, does the product work for people or not? Right. And there'll actually be tolerances of, you know, that whole 88.7 versus 89% don't matter in the context of a product. So there's part of me is like this, you know, UX research, like benchmark at one point, which would be one of the greatest coups of all time. Yeah.
It doesn't change the cost of the ready food in production. So maybe also, for example, for autonomous driving, the car changing in the street, and so you have to check over the time that the data set still represents the.
Yeah, well, yeah, you have that, you're collecting new data, you're learning from actual product use, but then also, you know, as a product person, sometimes you're like, oh, the model's fine, actually, we're just gonna change this like UI element. It's actually not working.
Feel free to use the positives and like post all tabletop, so we can use those notes later to summarize the discussion.
They do another thing. So I have a total Zag, so if we're on this topic, we should always. Zag.
Sorry?
Zag, like off topic.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
of course, yeah.
the things that we have on this year, like relying on the fact that we're building pretty good evaluation practices hackers who've never experienced this before and don't know what statistics are. And oftentimes if we try to make that math ticket, they will what? So, but they need to do this stuff to fairly evaluate these LLMs. Yeah. That could be the whole reason why we can do this kind of thing is because we built these tools for LLMs and they don't exist right now for a lot of other spaces. Like democratizing the evaluation data set creation. I mean, benchmarks are, in a weird way, they are one of the biggest reasons there's been so much rapid progress, like toward a particular definition of progress in the field. Even as flawed as they are. Yeah. I do the.
Go ahead.
So, if you look in the future, probably 5 years, we're going to run out of tokens. Probably. The best estimates I've seen is like around like 2030-ish. So probably around. And so I think that there will be massive efforts and investments in atoms to collect more tokens around the world. Meaning, like actually thinking about the keynote, just like I think there will be mass observation projects launched, meaning cameras everywhere, microphones everywhere, deeply weird consent things starting to happen as the hunger for, well, we don't need 300 trillion tokens. We need to go up a notch. We need to go up a notch each time. And I think like if we keep going down the retraining route, which is very different than some of the conversation, which is like smaller models, more tuned. But if you follow that path, there will need to be some kind of like massive capex into mass observation token across the world.
But you have to take also consideration the risk of shortcuts or bias, because maybe if you put a camera in some way in some city or the light, so
yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing. Is like we don't solve any of the things we see now with this level. And imagine it.
We work on this. We try to get some shortcuts. There is a word, let's say, that if you remove all the pixels, leave a few pixels in the image, the model still classify well the region image. We try to remove them. It's very hard to remove them because are shortcut easy to learn from the model. So if you add, we have to think about how to avoid to add this type of shortcut to stuff that we want to create.
Do we think specialization of these models for like specific use cases can help us remove bias shortcuts because they would like more one task specific rather than, for example, training large LLM model to answer all questions? Why don't just like train one for education and one for translation?
So you still see that a lot right now. GPT-4 still outperforms most of the, especially like this was the Bloomberg one, right? Bloomberg one like made a like finance focused model, and GPT-4 untuned beat. And so I think I think this is one of the really big things for the field that they're trying to figure out is like the scaling laws beat anything else you do, and it's just token grab until.
What about the limited use of the model then? Like we have a gigantic model, gigantic data, but we just like use it to one purpose. So it would be like very expensive, costly investment for just one thing.
Yeah, I mean, that might be, and then you have to, this is like zagging again, but then it shifts the business model because now you have this massive investment that you have to amortize over some kind of like business model versus something where you're like, no, this costs us, $100,000. It just changes like what the business you have to build around it is so much versus this cost us billions.
How are you guys thinking about it?
Scale it up.
problem with working at Google is that it's a huge company, and so I definitely do not speak for everybody at Google. How am I thinking about this? I think that we are definitely at a place where like we have models that are not useful because we can't serve them. So I think that's the like cool GPT-4 beat on accuracy, but also do you want to like the business model, like how is it actually useful? Can you serve that model in production? And that's a big stuff I think that we don't think about when we're thinking about the whole system.
So useful will be the next, like, one of the biggest factors in the next data set.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the point Sarah made, like, which I think the point that you were making as well, impact and like usefulness, and does it help you with your tasks that you're trying to do is the thing that we want to be building, I think. There's like the scientific understanding, and then there's the making things that work, and we need both of them. And one of them is like, oh, I got 0.2 better on this static benchmark for this reason that I understand, and the other piece is like, and then a human is actually has their life changed in a way based on that. And those two things are different.
I think something relevant is like example today, which is already an issue. Because I guess I'm thinking of like synthetic data, massive pushback on people, so right? And so people are already being displaced from certain jobs. So I think determining like who should this be useful for? I don't have a lot of hope that like it will be useful for people who are in the bottom of that economic ladder. But I think that's it. Like you can't collect artistic data with consent very easily. It's not about to get that data, but collecting it anyway. So.
I'm not sure how that's related to responsible data because I got in the middle, but relating to the usefulness is the giant models and the alternative of specialized model. One additional approach that exists is like taking a huge one that was actually trained for everything, but then analyzing use cases, which parts of this model are actually being used, because you can see that most of the areas of the network are not even active for some use cases. Then you can draw from this interpretability of the model which parts you need for the specific model that is being used. So you did train that whole thing together, but then you have a smart way to understand which one roles. But I'm not sure like how that comes together with the data collection issue.
I mean, yes.
Well, I think the thing so the reason I think the utility and the impact and everything, the way I see it is like when I was at Meta, like we would talk about this a lot, is it's just, we're finally wrestling with trade-offs, which is, can it do something valuable enough to justify potential or even sometimes known risks? And, pick your analogy, but it's like cars aren't illegal. People die in cars, but cars do something useful. They're well regulated. We have laws around them, but we accept that. And I think that like in the very early days, it was like kind of pre-responsible or a positive adjective AI groups existed. It was just like, this is awesome, rock and roll, there's no risks. And then it was like, oh my gosh, we have to eliminate all of the risks before anything can happen. Now everyone's kind of landing in this place of like, well, the potential risks have to be worth the potential value.
But
and I actually think in some ways the risk is better articulated than the value in a lot of the cases.
Depends on what.
But for risk assessment, you need to define the risks and you need to collect the data for them specific tasks. So,
And then as people can hit on it, as we're learning as we go, right? Too, because a lot of these risks are actually, while they can be described early on in broad strokes, they're not really understood in specifics until they materialize, like on a platform or in a product. Sorry, you're saying?
No, the DOD, you might have discussions with people at the DOD. a lot of them revolve around we can't have any risk, we have to do it perfectly, and then having nice long chats with people in field. And the understanding of like machine learning models is this useful, and it will save time, money, and effort. And it will screw up less than what your current systems are doing is not one that are willing to accept it has to be perfect.
The DoD is interesting. It's just maybe like policies, global policies, right? Some places have policies against like I will not collect data for this use case, such as weapons, right? But somebody always will. And so I think that's interesting. Is there's the arms race situation that happens right now with what data will be collected and what they use to do. And sometimes that pushes people to like, okay, this country is collecting data and building AI weapons. We still have to do that. So it's like policies maybe shouldn't be necessarily at the level of country or specific region.
Yeah, we actually haven't talked a lot about or thinking about the future of data. I mean, again, it's a little connected related, but like policy, regulation, how that might affect the ability to collect data sets to test them.
One question also comes to my mind is what are we using the data for? Because the considerations for training and validation are vast. One of the things that I see, for example, in validation with the race of bigger data sets, we don't really know on which data we can actually use. What define and see by the model. I have no idea how to do it. I don't know if anybody has actually done it. Really. Certainly not in public. Even internally, I think that tracking everything is going to be really, really difficult. That is very much duplicate from the internet. So you could same image or the same text and copy and copy. Like so that is something that is really new, example foundational models. It's not so easy to find.
Yeah. Most of the time is that I'm shared by the generation models trained on. So you don't know the scope of doing it comes out of the chain. I think there will be a next challenge like how can we collect data sets that discovers valuable training data that we are not exposed during the evaluation.
Also, knowing what's a data set is going to be harder and harder. Like, I think the Lion is a great example of like child exploitation material, right? Like they just don't know. And I think that'll become way worse.
I have a friend who was recently looking at that data set, and then they were talking. I think it was a data set or another one. And it was basically very heavily implied that there was child explicit sexual material on it. If you look at the text, the URLs and things like that, but it's literally illegal to download, or also you don't want to look at it like that material. And so the authors of the data set were trying to argue that like you haven't proved that this exists within the data set because you haven't seen it, even though it's like very heavily implied by the text. So like what do you need in order to prove this? And then how does that affect what you do with the data set? Because they had put the like NSFW filter over it, but it's not really working. And yeah, that was very
like Vision, a university like me, you are downloading images from a site that is not good, and I don't know that because there is a list of things. So.
The folks at Stanford University had the resources to go check on those URLs.
Oh, they did? I think that was for a prior version of the data set that then was taken down. And so then this was on like another iteration of it or like a similar S project basically. And yeah. Okay.
Who's responsible for that? Like if you do manage to download it somehow, are you then responsible for downloading a data set that had this material in it?
Yeah.
And I guess did they work with like law enforcement to get access to that material? Like
it must have been law enforcement.
Well, they just got dismantled because of
demands from the community to have safety data set for the community because like it will never be something that could be like accessible like generally community data sets.
Related projects that are
Another interesting aspect, for example, because of GDPR, like collecting data is almost really impossible in Europe, but we still need data. So collect this data while other parts of Europe, ignoring the populations or the bias we really want to have in the data. That doesn't actually like, like diversity actually is kind of like killed also by the regulation. So how are you going to like consider this covering the regulation? Designing data sets, collecting data sets. Yes, GDPR might be a good thing for Europeans, but it's a good thing for training models.
Can I ask you a very loaded question? Do we really think that it's impossible, or are we just not willing to pay the price?
Which is impossible?
To collect data under the GDPR. I agree it's not. I try to, and it's really, really a nightmare because having consent, the issue is that consent and representation.
And consent is to define the use of the data clearly. So you cannot like get consent for everything. So you need to be very explicit for what tasks, for what reasons, and what information. But then, like I had the same issue with GDPR, with the collection challenge. And then there is always a legal risk for the future legal risk. That's why, like on the industry side, even the policy says it could be eligible to use collect this data, legal will come and say, hey, there's a future risk, and we should not do that. Discussion is over.
I think that stems from the diversity, because the diversity of the regulations. Because since we have stricter regulations, there is a cheaper way to do it, and of course, there are also other models which reveal scientists through a completely different way. So as long as there's a cheaper way to get data, of course, regulation is going to come.
There's another question, right? Like, to what degree do we really want to regulate AI? Like, what's the boundaries?
I think we can take biometrics as a parallel. Like biometrics was a few years ago, not so long ago, in the wild. Anyone could do anything. And now it's regulated differently in different corporates has different regulations than small companies. And it's a process. And I guess that at some point these small companies that are still can do anything will also have those regulations. So I guess a parallel process could be looked at with GenAI data safety and stuff like that. So currently we have regulations that prevent us from some of this stuff, specifically GDPR, but I guess that.
But biometric, for example, might be super beneficial for health related models. Right?
Yeah.
For that. So,
Which is why it's parallel.
yeah.
It's also.
I would love to hear people's thoughts on like synthetic data, just because that's proposed. I saw a lot of this like a couple weeks ago, just like synthetic data can replace undiverse users that you can't get access to. So I'm just curious what people think about scaling data sets with synthetic data.
But do we refer to synthetic as like generated? Or like scientific?
The model is not
Models.
necessarily.
Yeah, I don't know.
Generating these data.
I think like people are, at least like people studying business are like, is that possible to do ethically, basically? Considering all the ethical issues, but if maybe you're like, okay, we have these models that have already been trained, they're not going away, we're gonna accept that. Maybe there's policy stuff that like GDPR that make consent really difficult. I think that's why people are looking at it, like, okay, we can use these models to generate data. But obviously there's a bunch of issues. I just wanted to like surface those if I think people are hoping to do that.
How will we, for example, the first question, how will we ensure diversity in real data? For example, say on like national health issue, like collecting these data sets, hey, then suppose the elephant photo, but we don't see the elephant photo, but it's like
like some part of it. So for example, this for me, this is not a fault in the data, but with the diversity. So how are we gonna like ensure that that much of like natural words diversity in scientific data sets? Because design usually have flow, and how are we gonna like ensure it?
One pro of the generative models is that it's easy to add some concept with data versus with LoRa or with toxic vaccine. So it's easier to collect a smaller responsible data set, add this information to the model, and try to generate a file that maybe even take one data. But there are a lot of other type of biases. The images are not similar to the real one. There are unsubstantial and so on.
I think one of the possible advantages of data is trying to break some implicit bias that we have in the data. So, for example, if a name tries to generate a scale person with a certain ethnicity, and you also get certain type of clothing style, certain kind of setting. So we might be able to break some of these stereotypes. We have to generate us like next. So for example, generate a person that has a certain ethnicity or a certain facial features, accepting that it's not normal necessarily, and that could break some of these stereotypes, but it's hard to make because we I don't think it's easy. We don't have to come lectures.
Yeah, we just take to use as a tool for collecting smaller conceptual data sets or whatever. Like, oh, I can only get it to generate this, obviously.
So limit the collection of
Part of like, yeah, like I would like to poke at that though too, is like, doesn't that though, shouldn't that be more exclusionary than anything? Is it like, oh, I don't actually need to go talk to those people? Because like, actually, I can just,
I mean, I guess
just generate some
it's not
data.
even thinking about like generating data in terms of like training or representation, but like more of an evaluation method. So like, okay, we can look at what are the stereotypes that exist alongside these groups. I think some magazines do things like, why are all the queer people being generated to have blue hair? Like it's like a stereotype. And then I guess you could say, okay, well, as a stereotype, we should probably address that.
Generally express.
But you also have to
the
know
model
what you're
generates those shortcuts and stereotypes.
Right, a blue shirt. Sometimes you see blue. So usually it's problem because it's part of the
Is it because of the tokenization?
the space which we put the embedding, how the embedding is generated, the position of the element is not maintained. Sorry, because grip is training by the manner, so maybe if you perform a strong data orientation, a flip can destroy the correlation from right and left.
Eventually what happens is probably that cross correlation connects the hair instead of something else to the term blue in the sensation. So something in this cross correlation is connected there. This is exactly the shortcut that is broken by the data.
And that is also noise. Maybe there are some cases where it's only blue, there is a people with blue eyes, the blue eyes, so
One potential advantage of anonymization would be cultural. I mean, we were talking before about value in terms of monetary value, but there's also there are also problems with deep connections. So some people simply don't want to share. They have deep mistrust. The institutions, the companies. So especially for communities that historically have been fighting it might be difficult. And even though they are the ones that eventually are going to benefit the most from doing it.
3 more minutes, and then we'll just wrap up the conversation.
There's something interesting to me about this too, which is like when one community, if let's say one community member consents, are they consenting then on behalf of the community? Right? They're now representing in a technology that this other part of the community doesn't want to exist. I don't know how you understand really, but like that's always been really interesting to me. Where some people are like, I absolutely do not want you to be able to again like generate artistic images. Maybe some people would consent to that. Like so, I guess how do you think about that?
Very last, but totally unrelated thing is we're talking about static models, static data, but what if in 2 years we will do online learning? How do we evaluate that? And that is also has an impact on the regulatory projections for medical. Due to the scientific issue, you have to not do online learning. You have to fix models with fix performance.
In which area?
In medical, we know that for the FDA regulations. And the FDA is looking to what do we need to do in order for people to actually be able to train companies to train the companies to choose. And then if that happens, how do we test that? Which kind of data sets?
So, point relates to the FDA stuff. The actual federal regulatory division, the US with FDA devices is do your best efforts, make them secure, and then have a very robust reporting mechanism. The FDA is interested in like reporting and vulnerabilities and holes with that. But as so some of the moves that President UK made last year and felt very much like they were facing AI systems to be built in England because they'll be friendlier in terms of copyright law versus data collection. And companies might move forward.
We are going to have another example later
What's the word for tax regulation?
Last one.
Use a model that is trained on that data set that is small to generate. Yeah.
It's under us, but there will be second session next year. Okay. Thanks for attending, guys. Quickly and close the session. Thanks everybody who liked joining the sessions. I think we had a lot of fruitful conversations and discussions. I will say, Candice, would you like to say a couple of things for the current challenges or the discussions that you guys had, or like?
No, but I do have a volunteer too.
Okay.
Do you want me to come up?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. So we didn't name our group or anything. We were just the group in the back. So we were talking about kind of like some of the challenges and best practices now around data set creation and use. And so we touched on a lot of themes around kind of like the human component of data sets, ranging from like justice and employment to consent and action and actually even boredom, and thinking about people's experience when annotating data sets and like asking them to do a boring task, how their wages tie into that, where it's going to go, whether they know where it's going to go. If you consent once to use data or to give data, when do you have to ask them for consent again? So kind of like these really key questions actually that all centered, I would say the common theme was like the human element and how we really treat that as kind of like an optional or nice to have, when in reality it is the foundation of how and why we do data sets and we do this work, and it's not really positioned that way. So then there were questions about kind of values and what we as a community of practice in kind of like the responsible data space kind of value, and how we can better interface with people who might be quote unquote outside of the responsible data space. And then I think last thing I'll touch on is we talked a little bit about that being inside and outside the responsible data space, and just kind of questioned, why isn't responsible data just normal data and other data is irresponsible data? So why don't we actually kind of question, why aren't kind of mainstream quote unquote researchers doing what we kind of see as like the bare minimum in terms of understanding some of the broader conditions of data, you know, and taking into account in their work, and how that affects the quality of data, right? That we want good data that really helps create powerful models and that really helps create powerful outputs. And we rob ourselves of that opportunity by kind of like not paying attention to these broader factors and like not having as high quality data sets, even if they do take longer or cost more, that the quality output might be worth it. So I think those are some of the things. I don't even remember what all we talked about because it was a lot. Please stop by our very colorful sticky note poster to see more. Yeah, thanks.
I'm gonna need to grab the board to remember.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. I'll do this. We're the group from the future coming back to see all y'all. We talked about, gosh, a number of topics. What was the first one? I didn't actually fully understand the first one.
Question on screen.
Yeah.
How to address the bias in the question in defining or like templating, generating questions, how to address it, and class balancing.
Yep, that. And then we had brought up actually data sets that are of how do you give people inspection ability? What does the PE stand for again? Portable executable. So I'm going to dumb it down and just call it malware. And so there's a big question about like, if you have these data sets, how can people access them, or can they only access the metadata around them, or how to use them? But if you're creating data sets and benchmarks around things that are very sensitive or potentially dangerous, this is a big thing. We got into copyright and PII, of course, the rules there, how that changes depending on, if you see a higher regulation in PII data, do you actually see the market then shift to data sets around like nature or space or geoactivity or whatever, because they're like, yeah, not worth it anymore. We'll go find a business there. Oh yeah, the inherent uncertainty of the value of data. So a lot of times when I'm consenting to something, or should people be compensated for their data, it's like, I don't know, because I don't know what my data is going to be used for, or for how long, or what the potential value of that might be, which seems really challenging. Yeah, we have a big thing around hosting data and the ethics of that, especially around PII. Yeah, the risk is, go ahead.
So it's basically like a lot of aspects to consider, right? So the diversity, how to handle the diversity, how to handle the bias, and the risk assessment, how to define the risk to collect actually responsible data to assess it. And then when you don't have access to the training data, how to collect data for evaluation to actually like discover these biases, also like coming from the training sessions.
Yep. We have having one that, like having users actually test the model, like not just having annotators or people, or or automated benchmarks.
Yeah.
As somebody who came from user research, like to me, that's like, yeah, that's what we do, and y'all should do it too. And I feel like the community is like discovering user research, which is kind of awesome.
And maybe we can like finish this roundtable with one question which came up from the attendee, that like, can we really use a data set you don't know whether responsible or not to actually like discover the responsibility or like generate the responsible data. So maybe we can discuss it in the round discussion like all together. And right now we will have a lunch break and come back for the next keynote. Thanks everybody.
Yes. One more? There we go. Okay, please be back by 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, and synthetic data.
All right, thanks
Under
everyone.
so range. That's what I was like, dude, I don't even remember what we talked about. And then we got into the synthetic data and the online learning. Yeah.
Candice, how do you turn this off?
It's on, it's the other end, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think people do work on it. No, from like, oh, yeah. I think I don't know, no matter, and also like, yeah. It is hard to start from now.
That topic was just like very relevant.
Yeah, it's really yeah. Yeah. My team like smaller ones as well.
I'm probably not.
Candace is actually my team. Candace reports to me. They're in Pittsburgh and I'm in Mountain. So East Coast, West Coast. No, it rhymes. West, best. It's in the name already.
It's just play it, Brian, for each coast.
So I think there's a lot of that. A lot of the distributed teams that actually be remote, like I work at my house without machines. Did that answer the question? In terms of, like, are you asking me? Did I talk to, or like?
Scope is pretty big. Team isn't yet, but that's part of it.
So there are,
You know, my job is
I know, like,
that was part of it for me too, is are you walking against me? Yes. That was super long. That was part of it. I had this one. Even that is. Do you know the name? Then some sort of.
Cool. So I would have to, if your recruiter still works it. Okay. So then, yeah, there was a layoff of recruiters, so, yeah, if you're, I believe that. To tell you, I believe that it's like. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're all about. We're not being slow and that's why I want to but so that's the first thing that I would do is reach out to if you email me on this, we can also do the side. This responsible guys.
Make more sense than anything else. But
Yeah, you
I
know.
think that's really.
Yeah. I know that my team does not, my specific team does not. I don't know.
You said a test, like a name of a person? I didn't.
Task. It's a.
Oh, it's an acronym for a team.
Yeah, TASC, and it stands for many different things.
Yeah, I would also listen at like. So there's been there's major rework, and everyone.
we're actually wearing the wrong shirts.
We are wearing the wrong shirts, but I just had to be whiter, so this is where we're at.
Yeah, but there is a big push for like, you might see, like, there's definitely data, like there's data team, and then there's also like safety and alignment teams. And then there's also responsibility teams. So all of those would be like, so like within Google DeepMind, we're actually in a kind of weird place.
Exactly what part of that stuff we were responsible AI and then got real into Gen AI.
Yeah.
So now we're part of Gen AI.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so there's a responsibility group that does a lot of like governance work, but also does a lot of like ethics research kind of things.
Yeah.
Then there's like the Gen AI under our org that does like safety and alignment work.
Yeah.
And but those are, I call it safety, you call it fairness.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
definitely.
yeah.
I just found you on LinkedIn.
Okay.
Request, but I'll be listening.
Cool.
Thanks. I'll just try to see what's the.
Also, if you can tell me where you're from,
But your email is accessible from there? Oh, okay, okay. So I'll just.
Mine is easy and I know Candace's. Mine is my last name.
Oh, yeah, nice. What am I? I use mine. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
I don't know. So I went to go there.
There it is.
Okay.
Do you say that you work at Google or do you still say you're at Maryland?
I haven't updated my LinkedIn since I started working under Caroline.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that was my comment. Like I was hiring last year and I was like, oh, I should update LinkedIn. And it's like, I'm a PhD student too. Like, interesting. That was true in 2012.
Oh, I haven't updated my
Wow, that's
website
right. Wow,
either.
there.
Anymore. Yeah.
I mean, even within a place where you're going to be starting to visit, you gotta end up with your employees.
Yeah.
But I understand.
Joking, but you know, it's different. Yeah. Great, thank you. Sure.
Yes.
The trajectory is my meeting.
Wait, no, I have, my phone is in my back pocket. Okay, I'm good. I'm making you a phone call here. I'm not. Closing out. 2 minutes?
Oh man, I'm like, I checked my email and there was like 27-person chat about Gemini. No, we're at CPR.
My email, oh, I can't, I think this must be the number. Oh, no, it's here, 754.
Then I have a million emails from my mother. You haven't done your background check. Haven't done your background check. I know. My mom works in national lab, and then I have to cancel the lab day, bring your kid to work. It's like they never do. So yeah, they never do, but like I have to get back on track. And I'm like, I know, but it is the 18th, and the deadline is the 25th. That's very far from now.
It is really expensive.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to leave most of my stuff.
What are you knitting?
8 songs. Nice. It's my normal go-to. I'm also currently in my video.
Yeah, looking forward to
I
it.
mean, that's exactly what it is. Most people are like,
Ignore the line. Nice.
And you do it from the corner?
Yeah, around the corner.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to, so when we, so I think that. So that's one, but this was one. Maybe, maybe, so that part is. Thinking of
But we can talk about it later. But like, where does the companies that go through is it so it's your sense of it's being sense
and so they decided that we'll handle our own mini project.
are you?
Good, how are you? It was for Zoom, is what I also like doing. But figure it out later. If you just email it from the group. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I gotta go add in slides from other authors.
Hey, how are you? Okay, ready? Oh, sorry. When you get into Seattle on, I think, Saturday, I visited some family friends who were down in Tacoma. I think after, you're on like a multi-week, yeah, figured it didn't quite make sense.
You're based in Pittsburgh?
I know.
Yeah, that's because it's like, it's trying to
Reduce support. Okay, I will be right back.
Okay.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hey, oh, hey, how are you?
Yeah, how are you? I saw you crossing the street when I went to grab my box.
I'm getting my box.
I think it was at 1:30.
Well, we'll see.
Okay. You guys should come to my panel on Thursday on AIR. Somewhere in the city.
I'll try and encourage it overlap with my poster session. So I'll do my best.
So there's two things tomorrow, over there tomorrow. One is the panel, and then there is the prize ceremony at 1:45, and we are the finalists. So I'm really cool. So if you guys.
I'll see. What? I only have a. What's the where you the prize from?
So they have this thing called the AI Art Gallery actually here. So we submitted this piece called Because of You. And so are you familiar with the story of Henrietta Lacks?
Yeah.
So we are drawing a comparison between Henrietta Lacks' story that her cells were taken without permission and used for the betterment of science without compensation for engineering. And then contrasting it with the modern generative AI landscape where artists things have been taken without permission or given in the name of science. And so it's like a piece, like a 13-minute video talking about like lost humanity and people being reduced to pieces of data. And the whole thing is narrated by my voice. It's not like me speaking, it's an AI clone of my voice using 11 labs. And that clone does not have my accent. It sounds like a neutral American accent. So it is my identity as well. Like I reveal that in the end. And yeah, it has been well received so far. We got email yesterday saying we are the parties to the top 12. And on Thursday, they'll announce the final.
Well, fingers crossed. Is it available on the?
Yes, I'll speak about it. It's like my most recent week, but it's on Tuesday.
I really like that. It's a good comparison.
Yeah, so like the point being that is humans keep doing this in different ways and lost it.
When did you get into?
Sorry.
When did you get into town for
Oh, last night. So I was at the deep learning AI system workshop at San Diego. So I like super late for
It's tricky. It's like I always feel like
Why would the students get over this problem? Why do you love it? So,
it's very hard.
But also even if you talk about I want to work on
Google Slides, and there was like a little bit of formatting issue, but I sort of moved things around. I also replaced the question slide with the QR code for questions.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, this is good.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
that's great. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So weird. Everyone's People I know in real life.
You're exactly the right height.
All right. Whoa, that was really loud. Thank you all for coming to the afternoon part of the Responsible Data Workshop. Right now, we're going to head into the second keynote by Dr. William Agnew. William is a CBI postdoc fellow at CMU. William received his PhD from the University of Washington with Sid Srinivasa, where he worked on AI ethics, critical AI, and robotics. William also helped found Queer in AI. William is interested in developing and sharing tools and ideas that go beyond participatory design and allow marginalized individuals and communities to own and meaningfully control their data and models. And yeah, let's welcome William.
Yeah, thank you for the kind welcome. I am very excited to be here to talk to you all about some work I've been doing with several fantastic co-authors for 2 years now, I guess, Jesus Christ, on what is computer vision used for. So we came into this project with just a very basic question. It's a very common refrain on a lot of AI ethics statements to say that different work is theoretical, it has no obvious applications or impacts. Every time NeurIPS or some conference requires these statements, they all kind of get dragged by a bunch of people online saying, oh, my gradient descent algorithm doesn't have applications or doesn't have an impact. So we wanted to dig into this a little bit more. We want to understand what is the impact of computer vision exactly? How can we understand it? How can we qualify or quantify it? So in this project, we just try and answer the question, what is computer vision used for? So to answer this, or to take a first stab at answering this, we look at patents citing papers published in CVPR. So we created a data set of hundreds of millions of papers and almost 100 million patents. And patents will actually cite papers or have citations assigned to them in those papers. So kind of you can use the citations between patents and papers as an imperfect window of the use of a piece of research in a patent. And here we're using a patent as kind of a very rough stand-in for either an actual product idea or maybe a company thinks this could be a good product idea and they want to block it off and defeat competitors or some other pressures. But we're using patents as a proxy for applications. So we connect these patents and papers. We take Microsoft Academic Graph, which was a very large data set of papers up until mid-2020. And it includes a lot of data, including citation networks between papers, the authors of papers, institutions, fields, locations, a lot of other great stuff. And we use this reliance on science data set to connect papers and patents via citations. And we make this large data set, including full texts of patents, abstracts of papers, authors, assignees, a lot of other very interesting stuff. And the first thing we did to analyze this data set is we annotated it along several axes. And one of them is what kind of data are these patents downstream of CVPR working with? And by patents downstream of CVPR, I mean a patent that directly cites a paper published in CVPR. So we divided up into several categories. we found that the overwhelming majority of papers were working with human data. So our data analysis really focuses on what kind of human data is being worked with. And we have split up into several levels with varying like closeness, I guess, to humans. Anything from human body parts, fingers, eyes, faces, all the way down to kind of human spaces, such as rooms or streets, socially assailant human data, or even traces of human data. And then we have a few other categories for when the data source wasn't specified, or when it was actually like truly non-human data, like maybe a bird in the wild, for example. Then we also looked at how is the data transferred. Patents, for those of you who haven't seen them, they're like very long documents in a very weird kind of technical language, but they often include very detailed descriptions of the envisioned systems, including like how the data is collected, where it's processed, how it's transferred. So we actually found out a lot of information from this. We look at, does the patent transfer data about a person to other people? Does it transfer it over an internet connection? Does it transfer it to different institutions? Is the data transfer not specified, or does it explicitly state that the data is not transferred to other people? And then finally, sometimes patents will tell us about the institutional use of data. So we annotated for a couple different types of use. Uses around modeling or categorizing humans were very common. We looked at things like soft influence, such as advertising, or hard influence, such as border control. So what we found is that the majority of patents focus on human data. So 23% of patents specifically focus on human body parts, 36% focus on human bodies in general, another 19% focus on human spaces, and very few, only 11%, don't specify the type of data they use, and only 1% in our sample explicitly did not use any human data. And to give you some examples of the kinds of connections we saw, in computer vision papers, we see things like scenes being segmented and described as like the actions or objects in them. And then in the patents citing them, we see very, very similar things of this application being developed to kind of understand or analyze these photos, what actions of the people performing in them, who is in them, things like that. So the connections that we're seeing between papers and patents aren't trivial. They're very deep connections. Often the technology in the paper and the patent are very, very similar. So when we looked at the growth in surveillance enabling CVPR research over time, we created this category of surveillance enabling patents by creating a list of keywords from our annotations that we found were highly correlated with surveillance applications. We found that CVPR has increasingly produced research cited in surveillance and in surveillance patents. So in the early 90s, it was only about a quarter of CVPR research that ended up getting cited in a surveillance patent. And nowadays, it's closer to 75%. And you do see this slight drop off towards the end, and that's because there's a considerable lag between publishing a paper and the paper getting cited in patents. It can take like years to even get a patent accepted, much less like come up with the idea. So we do expect that if you were to run this analysis again today, this trend line would roughly continue. And then here on the right, we have the total number. So we see, kind of this remarkable growth in the number of CVPR papers with downstream patents of any kind. It's increased over 5x, but we see that most of that increase has been in surveillance patents. So we also looked at, to kind of contextualize this more, how CVPR paper titles have changed over time. So we did a log odds analysis on words in the title to understand, compared to the 90s versus the 2010s, which words are more or less common in titles. And we see that words with kind of very general or maybe shape-based applications were much more common in the 1990s, whereas words much more associated with people or even surveillance applications like identification have become much more common in the 2010s. Our data set is incredibly granular. We have institutions, names, subfields, dates, and other things. So we can look at what are the top subfields that produce surveillance enabling research within CVPR. So we see things like background subtraction. Approximately 45% of published CVPR papers working on background subtraction ended up cited in a surveillance patent. And then here, this is kind of a busy slide. I'm happy to share these afterwards if you want to take a deeper look. But here we present kind of all the subfields we found in CVPR and the percent of papers that ended up patented or ended up cited in a surveillance patent. And there are some interesting ones here. There are several that are explicitly referring to kind of re-identification or surveillance or crowd tracking. But kind of the big takeaway here is there's no super strong pattern. It's not like there's any like set of subfields that aren't producing surveillance enabling research. It's kind of all of them are producing surveillance enabling research. So in addition, we looked at the top institutions that produce surveillance enabling research published at CVPR. And this is a trend that we found across this. The top surveillance, the top producers of surveillance enabling research are just the top producers of computer vision research in general. Surveillance is just so pervasive throughout computer vision that the best or top producers of it are the top producers of surveillance research. But it is worth noting there's been a pretty big growth in industry contributions to surveillance enabling research. Obviously, you know, in the most recent decades, Microsoft has far and away been the biggest producer of surveillance enabling computer vision research. But we also see things like my institution, CMU, you know, Stanford's there, MIT's there, Google's there. Just all the major players in computer vision are also the major players in surveillance enabling research. So again, this is kind of a different view of this. This is a sample of about 100 different institutions. I think in total we had tens of thousands of institutions that produce surveillance enabling research. And there's, again, you know, very little pattern. Almost all the institutions are producing very significant amounts of surveillance enabling research as a percentage of their total computer vision research. So again, surveillance is just so pervasive in CVPR that there's kind of there's no group of institutions that has escaped producing it. And then here we look at what are the top countries producing surveillance enabling research. And the answer is the United States, far and away, is the largest producer of surveillance enabling computer vision research, followed by China and then UK, Germany, kind of other Western European countries. And, you know, again, this isn't super surprising if you consider that like US is publishing the most computer vision papers, and computer vision, as we found, is just so tied to surveillance. That the top producers of computer vision are going to be also the top producers of computer vision surveillance. But also kind of runs counter to narratives that like China is making this like surveillance dystopia. No, US is like far and away beating them, at least at producing surveillance enabling computer vision research. And then finally, we did a keyword analysis of further downstream papers and patents. So by further downstream, you can look at not just CVPR papers, but also the papers that cite CVPR papers and the papers that cite CVPR papers, and so on, and kind of get this like tree going downstream from CVPR. And then you can look at the patents citing all of those papers. So here in this graph, we show that cite distance 0 means a CVPR paper, a cite distance of 1 means a paper citing a CVPR paper. And we can look at the keywords in the patents citing those papers. And we find some interesting things. We find that surveillance, the keyword surveillance occurs in about 50%. Or if you look at papers 4 site distances down from any CVPR paper, half of those CVPR papers will have a patent with the keyword surveillance in it. But also there's a little bit of good news here. Some medical keywords also appear quite frequently. So this data set also lets us look at specific companies, and we can kind of use this to tie news reporting and activist research on specific companies to what's going on at CVPR. So we looked at Mi Gente Just Features Law and the Rio Grande Valley No Border Wall Coalition produced a report looking at tech companies involved in surveillance and militarization on the US-Mexico border. You know, they note that surveillance is making this border more dangerous. It's forcing people into kind of more inhospitable and dangerous routes, increasing the many deaths that occur on these routes. And they also argue that surveillance tech is first developed and tested at borders and then deployed later against US citizens, as we saw during the 2020 protests when Border Patrol agents were called into Portland. So here in this graph on the right, are patents downstream of CVPR papers that are assigned to different companies involved in different surveillance regimes. And then in orange are patents that are specifically surveillance patents, and patents in blue are just patents in general that we weren't able to categorize as surveillance. They may be surveillance, they may not be. Our analysis wasn't deep enough to look at all of them. So we see quite a lot of companies involved in surveillance along the US-Mexico border have patents that have cited CVPR papers and have surveillance patents that have cited CVPR papers. We have things like automated license plate recognition from Motorola, Vigilant, Thomson Reuters, border surveillance towers from Elbit and General Dynamics, all sorts of tracking and surveillance applications that these companies have deployed on our border. Then we also look at a couple of predictive policing and police surveillance technology companies. Companies like ShotSpotter, Predpol, police robots from Knightscope and Boston Dynamics, facial recognition and intelligent cameras from Hikvision and SenseTime. All of these companies have patents and surveillance patents that cite research that has been published at CVPR. And finally, we looked at how CVPR research has contributed to tech that's been used in the ongoing genocide in Palestine. And we found several or a variety of companies have produced patents and surveillance patents that has cited CVPR research. Companies like Elbit Systems, which produce weapons and drones, Amazon, which provides cloud compute for the military, Palantir, which does AI targeting for bombing, and several other companies all have used research at CVPR in various surveillance products. So that's like the main portion of my talk. I guess we have like a few points that we came up with that we wanted to share with you all, and hopefully I think it's gonna be old hat to this crowd. But we really hope that this project and this kind of work of looking very closely at citation graphs, at patents, hopefully eventually someday contracts and other data sources will help us increase our socio-technical foresight to choose research that aligns with our values. What this project has found is that unfortunately a lot of computer vision research is entangled with surveillance. But we also found that computer vision research contributes to other applications, including medical applications and self-driving applications. However, these aren't necessarily distinct types of research from each other, and we think that's an interesting thing to grapple with in the future. And then another question we want to ask is, how responsible are researchers for downstream applications of their research? And then a few more, I guess, thoughts to leave the room with. We really want to enable computer vision researchers to think about what applications they want their research to contribute to, and what applications they do not want their research to contribute to. And specifically, like what research topics, communities, institutions, and actions are aligned with their values. And we hope this kind of very granular examination of the downstream applications and impacts of computer vision research will be a useful tool for this kind of reflection. And then we also want to start, or I guess raise a conversation against generality. Generality, as our previous work has shown, is highly valued in computer vision and AI in general. Everybody wants a system that can work on a new data set, a new application, a new setting. It's very, very important. A lot of papers will talk about how their systems are general. If your system isn't general, reviewers will probably go after you for it. But generality also means that people can take your work and apply it to many different things, including applications that you might dislike. So we argue that generality should probably end up being seen as a double-edged sword, or even a bad thing. And we like to imagine a computer vision where models and data sets are much more application focused. And choosing the application, justifying that application, working with the communities involved in that application is just as important as the technical aspects of that research. Thank you all so much for listening. And I think we got a tiny bit of time for questions.
Thanks for the good talk. I had a question regarding generality. I think that's a great point and sort of make sense of it. So can you give examples of work that wasn't general? Because it seems like a lot of times it's like a method that has dual use that can be utilized in whatever way, while the experiments are typically more application focused on classification. Which can still be general, but it's usually within specific ways. So can you give examples?
Yeah, so I think I'll divide into data sets and models. I think with data sets, it's a bit easier. I know earlier this morning, y'all heard from Dr. Sarah Berry and like the whole CV-free ecology community. They're producing a lot of data sets that are specific to like different animals or different like animal classification tasks or things like that. I think that is a good direction of like, they have their application in mind, their data set serves that application. And I'd like to see more of that within computer vision of like, if you're working with people, like exactly what task do you want to help people with? And can your data set serve that task? Like if you want to, I don't know, help elderly people cook food, can your data set be specifically that and not just like everything from YouTube that enables it to be used for other things? On the model side, it's a little more complicated. Like how do you make a model or how do you make an architecture that is not general? I think if you're releasing like trained weights, I think there's a lot of interesting work to be done on like model refusal or training a model to be bad at certain tasks. I know we've seen a lot of that within text models where they'll refuse to do like different harmful things. It'd be cool to see more of that in computer vision. Architecture wise, like can you make a model architecture that is in general? I'm less sure about that. I think it's worth considering like small models and small architectures that just don't have the capacity to be general, but beyond that, I'm not sure. That'd be an interesting research topic.
Hey, thank you so much for your talk. So I had a question actually about how to operationalize this and how to pull people into these conversations. Because I think I would argue the status quo in a lot of computer vision, machine learning, and engineering and tech spaces at large is to kind of take this approach that tech is ahistorical, it's value neutral, it's not a socio-technical problem, it's a technical problem. And I've encountered a lot of people getting very upset when you bring up things like socio-technical systems and when you bring in things like downstream effects. And so the interest of trying to have a productive conversation, we're not necessarily trying to quote unquote attack people, we're trying to work with them on this issue. Do you have any insight on methods and practices to kind of start these conversations, whether it's starting with your engineering team, whether it's having sessions like this at conferences, whether it's better to kind of focus on pedagogical innovation in schools, any insight you have there?
Yeah, so I guess specific to this project, we're hoping in coming months to release kind of like a Google Scholar, but for the patents your work is cited in. And maybe you like the patents your work is cited, and maybe you don't like it, but kind of having this like veneer of neutrality, of we are just surfacing data to you. But in general, yeah, this is a tough question. It's I don't know. I mean, like Gender Shades has been out for years and years now, and I still talk to people who've never heard of it. I definitely think that integrating ethics into computer science, undergraduate, graduate, even earlier curriculums is very, very important. In my experience, lecturers are very, very open to this and excited about this. I think having reading groups within your department or within your lab, or adding papers to existing reading groups is very important, especially to like broach the subject of ethics before like someone is doing something that is the problem, just kind of like pre-load that conversation. But also, I don't know, I've increasingly been grappling with this of like, there's this question of, do people not know or do they not care? But at this point, like, if you don't know, maybe you also don't care, because I can't open a newspaper without seeing this stuff. So I also want to acknowledge, like, there are a lot of activist groups, Mihente and others whose work we built on for this. And this work is also in part for them, of enabling them to be like, here are the labs, the institutions, the other things producing this research that is harming your community. And I do think, especially at the level of institutions, there does need to be a little bit more external pressure on these things that we're doing.
We will be around though
Okay. Thank you for the talk. I had a kind of a related question. At my university, there has been a lot of talk recently on how we can track potential contracts that are related to dual use of technology, and what do we need to do, especially with respect to the current situation that is ongoing in Europe, both in Palestine and Ukraine. So I was kind of wondering whether you had any feedback or any ideas on how to do that at the university level.
Yeah, I think this is a very like important, exciting area of research. I know there's the Tahrir Coalition at UMich has done like a lot of work on their university specific like investments and some contracts. But yeah, I don't know of any like tool or general database that does this, but I think it really does need to be done. I know there's Jack Polson at Tech Inquiry who does a lot of tracking government military contracts, and some of those are with universities. But how to get this data, how to present it, how to keep it updated, I don't know the answers to those questions, but I think they're incredibly important. And just like having this be publicly visible would be a very, very powerful tool for activists both on and off campuses. Cool. Thank you all so much.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. We are going to move on to the second roundtable discussions. This time, with the amount of people in the room, we're going to split up into 3 different groups. We'll do one over here, one in the back over there, and one in the middle over here. The first one is on generative AI and responsible data, which is a hot topic right now. The second would be actual human harms and solutions. And then the third, Canner, was?
Actually, wasn't anyone is trying to get data.
So generalizability, like any model, any data, and responsible use of that. So let's do generative AI over here. Back there will be human harms, and then in the middle on my left side will be generalizability. And cool. And then we'll reserve a few minutes at the end for someone from each group to tell like a summary. Okay.
Are you on the generative AI team? Yeah, but I'll be back. Good job. But with that part of responsibility, it's not personal, like once that's done, it's true, like once it's right. Yeah. And they made the mission. Hey, I didn't recognize your color.
I know. It's look a little bit. I don't know which side of me you're
Yeah, but still, it was like, I think part of the reason I told that it was because I saw it be like done differently.
Yeah, like going from
I think the collaborative way of organizing
it looks like this. Real harm?
Real harm? Real harm. So I guess we'll click on that one, and we'll note that it's a white paper. So this is generalizability and how others
Well, I saw the left meta and I was like, you haven't announced where you're going.
Alright, I guess the last time we just did like a brief introduction of everyone and then we'll do that. I just did that. I'm Candace. We're Tech People Behind. My pronouns are they them, and I work on human-centric computer vision.
I'll look how Microsoft managed it's really interesting, led by the former co-founder.
And I work on application
We got the same message when we're in the
and it seems like the more you bring like whatever things you can. This is like a hard like how you personal. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Valid. In my brain, there are two bar locations. One is West, one is Ballard.
Yeah, or if you're trying to build a general purpose model, that is fine. You can at least attempt to copy the information that people is PIM. That is the money to
Have you ever had any bugs because or generator
yeah. And mainly my focus is how can we benchmark social way.
On responsible data sets and generative AI. Yeah, I remember there was an urge to do a certain set of labels, and my big thing was, well, what is the best practice in labeling for gender? What is the best practice? And making sure that you're thinking about those labels. I've come from a data perspective in AI for a long time now. Like I started documentation about 7 years ago, and I think it's
Yeah, sorry.
Has to do
So basically one of the main things for example,
not surprising that people are doing that.
so Germany is something is for
Being thoughtful about what they and then
and this could be building benchmark where we really want to make sure that all is not being all that way environment like our symptom correct. One of our key factors is
data minimization, right? Data minimization, but also like how you see that is really important. Like,
and so here we're looking into, so maybe my one point is,
and so you'll see
break
like
down how
the person who voiced Siri had no idea
evaluate
voiced
performance,
Siri, right?
because
I
I think
why.
a lot of downstream tasks are very different, some have.
And then there's also
things like some very lucky tries.
That's what we're doing, right? So you might have built this data set, and then you use this especially pull together, and then where we are.
You or any person, the user, can in the end select the one which really fits.
I would like just one thing to mention, which is how we measure activities.
Yeah,
And so I think that is very good point. For example, we're using the risk-based scale very recently. Then like now people use the
Like right now, one number that
And the thing is, we can't use it.
I agree.
Right, like nobody thought, like, I don't know anyone who thought it was a good idea for the
But
last
I
few years.
wonder
but
how
people do it instead. And I think that's a good challenge. So I had an hour conversation with him when we were both at Meta, and we like kind of set it and talk about what he was doing. And though I'm not going to try and represent that conversation, but what he was explaining about different levels of syndrome and how it's treated in different cultures, I thought was, you know,
it seems like it's like benchmark performance.
Try to boost the boundaries.
It's not it's hard to narrow and create a person
After releasing
because we are also it's already the leaders are this financialization. When you're training all the push and ads with the compounder partners.
And even that is like encoding race and like social way, right? Like, these boundaries are social construct.
And then also, our also boundaries, for example,
That's interesting.
we represented ourselves always for the social network. So the model generates was
On that, or are we still in the, like, reviewer says,
So it was like representing race, how to
you'll get your view.
think I really thought about design.
Like, when I was doing my PhD, very fun was like, I did optical flow, so it was very, like, either on.
But like defining race
Having
is
the metrics on
taking
the
a approach where you're problematic because you get to the networking and social networks and it's putting it into a mechanism, right? Like that inherently is problematic. In the same way that like this like gender or accessibility or types of.
One of my biggest is that the problems that US servers typically address in terms of are in terms of other attributes. And so these systems, even in the best attempts, are not necessarily and that's the term I like, culturally competent. Because it's hard to do. That was a lot of work to explain. I am not good at talking about race and religion and those kinds of things. But the skin tones of who is privileged and who is not are different.
But the point that I'm trying to make is like this distinction of like what is white and what is not, what is Asian. Like all of these things are they're not inherent. They're not a reflection of like underlying physiology or underlying capacity, right? Because it's entirely social.
But you know that
Like, sure, yeah.
Like generate your given place, like
Every single paper.
a lot of them don't embed it with like such like smart way how are you gonna like represent like under the plate.
Do we need to?
Yeah,
do we need to represent anybody? Do we need to be making the tool at all?
Well, I think it's a really important question. Should we build this? Yeah. And then we have to deal with the reality that people are building this and know what to do. And I'm not saying it's right. I had a conversation 2 weeks ago where I said I would be totally fine if AI went away tomorrow and I went did something else with my career. But while companies are building this, I feel like we have to have a conversation.
Sure.
Someone is like products like you see or applications, but then also the psychology.
Like you mentioned, pulling those threads, it's like what are we aiming to do? We need to collect some of these ways in order to look at what we're doing, which is probably something like biology identification. Like you don't need to know somebody's race as a tone put into the data set. You probably need some other features. Yeah, but I'm saying that if you're using all of this, let's say you were trying to make sure that your biometric identification is not biased based on the shade of your skin. You don't need to encode somebody's race into the shading data set. You could use some other patterns.
I'm not.
It's not.
Sometimes it feels.
You can also over categorization can cause other forms of erasure, mixed race people, non-binary people and so on.
I think one thing that I wonder too is like, how are we literally encoding these attributes? How are we literally assigning these attributes to images, to sentences, or what have you? Who is doing that? Should they be doing that? And how are they being compensated for it at all?
Who are the labelers?
Yeah.
Can you clarify? Is like, do you mean like evaluation or like a training? Because less and less actually there is, you just take like an image and then description that maybe comes from the web and you train on that and then like who made this, like you have no idea why. It's just like representative of like what's on the page, which is
That's problematic.
Yeah, I agree, that's but
and then moderating that too,
yeah.
I think is another way.
But the problem is like now it becomes like super hard because since it's not even fixed attributes, since it's like the whole language to control like this level of bias. Like I know someone, for example, who worked on bias in large language models, where instead of using Muslim or black,
she actually asked the model to generate names that refers to those identities. And she used that, and actually the model incorporated all different like bias towards this like name. So like it associates like the name to a particular ethnicity or religion, and then also incorporate like all stereotypes that are linked to those identities. And then it becomes like super hard to know which bias are in the models, what triggers the bias, how it links to identities. So I think like the big challenge is like the thing we should have kind of like for business models, but like it's like invisible right now. So how can you like prevent like unstable happening, like limit the damages?
I don't think that should be the goal, either, right? Trying to create some unbiased, like this model that has a view from nowhere.
I think especially in education, you see more, always wondered, like, and you only want to show a lot of arguments.
A lot of arguments in that line, I think, not like this, not getting towards you, but I think generally when people say that all of the reflective outside is to hop out is they're also sometimes not. Like when I search for name and shoot always like with that. That's not all right. So like you can just say that it reflects society and not do anything you guys. That's bad.
I did like a workshop with and there's actually one person who was like kind of like trying to promote like controversial vision, which is like it's not necessarily representative of society, but maybe of stereotypes we have in society, right? And like maybe if we invisible these bias, also we silence those kind of like we pretend they don't exist in society, that we all have like these implicit images in our mind or like this implicit bias. And she was actually promoting that we should actually use these to kind of like make people reflect on those stereotypes, or like how can we use this type of
represent the perspective as it is. So when I worked at Microsoft a number of years ago, they had this constant kind of existential question. I searched for CEO of presidents white men. We wanted to reflect how society is. Less than 10% of Fortune 500 CEOs throughout the US and internationally are anything else, whether it's diverse or gender or so on. Or do we want to represent the world we want it to be so that people can see themselves becoming that?
I haven't heard from either you two, and I'm curious if y'all have thoughts on that.
I have some consider and I've thought really about the word way through because and their decision ideas question that there's debating opinion on is whether there's like the responsibility should diminish their fund overall or diverse that, for example, with authoritatively shooters in the US, whether or not that large population is fairly white. It doesn't make sense that we are training data for especially in gender according to these boxes and things like that. And is it appropriate to follow that in terms of how we want to balance these different attributes, which again are problematic? How or is it appropriate for the solution to which ones? And that's kind of
I don't think it's the golden bullet at all.
Is that like, Jesus, less charged?
Like fairly book things that we
You have to put a paper towel
of
under.
saying beforehand the set of benchmarks that you're going to test and like outlining the experiments you're going to do. And then when you submit, showing that yes, I publicly stated these are the things I was going to test, and these are the results that I saw. There's more extreme versions of this, and I find medical sciences having papers accepted on the basis of the experience you're going to do. And it's another kind of more radical idea, but at least like publicly saying which things you want to try. So I commit to at least reporting some stuff. There's a lot of content, so there's like two restrictions to
like how do you get that?
Questions, like when they say that, do they mean like on average, or like do they mean like compared to their own like vision of themselves, or they, like, it makes like, it's like, if you are then like, do you feel like you're less biased than the angle, or do you feel like someone else like, there is a difference, so, what I imagine other to think versus what I imagine, and I'm really flexible. Yeah.
There are examples like this that I feel like, oh, that's what's happening, like, because we're doing like active numbers that scores that that's all
Every good engineer has.
because exactly that, like, because I'm researching. You know, it's fascinating.
There's no coded by document here that shows necessary like generalized.
I found those moments like really great. It was really interesting. I think like I have a certain social capital in those instances. I'm the engineer, right? And so I think that sort of advantages me in my conversation. But I think that, like you said, program manager, product manager, all the PMs.
They're treated very differently inside of companies, unfortunately.
I mean, I think you also hold some social capital in that instance, and you can probably do a little bit of that, which I think is like really what I'm saying.
I mean, that's the whole problem, right? Like, even with data information, I worry about model collapse. Like, by this manner, we are removing outliers from the data set that it probably is the majority of
There's another issue there. My favorite example is a great paper led by a group on computer victory region, because there was a tiny image data set. It was 36 pixels. They found it was 6,000. They used automation. They found it was 6,000. So, one of my favorite papers on that question is like, how do you take what do you do?
You make it, the only way to do so ethically is to make it intractably expensive, right? You know, at that point, you're talking about like paying people a fair wage to label your data. And of course, that defeats the purpose of AI, which is to cut labor costs. I think there's like an interesting argument to be made for like personalized models that people are training entirely on data that they're, which I think like is largely uninteresting to CEOs because it's not scalable. It doesn't allow like unfold exploitation.
Like that you guys as part of this big business model where you CSO definitely are like completely
Sure.
So there are other ethical issues because that causes you an emotional entanglement also bad. But at least people are in control of the data, or at least as long as ethical is
But even that starts from a pre-trained model, right? It starts from a foundation.
It's interesting. A long time ago, I was challenging virtual recognition. Right? There's a really great work from Lindsay Barrett out of Northwestern about like how our standard emotions, right? We're aware of. But what was really interesting was a product to improve individual productivity that trained on you. So you would tell if I'm tired.
I think that's okay.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I I mean.
But they actually said it on set product. It didn't have personalized training.
There were like
It
Right, yeah. No, in other examples, it's like, really like,
I was wondering.
they get personalized over time.
Oh,
So, yeah. So, yes, there are ways to create products which you have your own data.
You don't necessarily have to say that. I just had this conversation with someone who switched from Android to Apple and they're like, autocorrect sucks. No, you had Android for 10 years.
But is it like only local or is it just like this kind of federated learning where like everyone is like kind of like training on local, but then you push like kind of like general updates to general?
That's why Apple will table that everything they have except for the ChatGPT part of the there. So,
but I mean like you could like have all your data like on local, but then you update like a model on your phone, but you push the weights, so not the data to the cloud, and then you're like, oh, the data stays on the phone, but like it's still in the.
Yeah, there's two ways.
Yeah.
What are even a cost?
You can have like,
They do, I mean, I wrote that it's straightforward. But still like, there are like challenges like that, and I don't know why, how much does it represent your data to generalize that?
well, because my question is that I guess like just I don't know is if you have like the data on your phone, you do an update on your phone, and you have like a version of the parameters on your phone, and then you can also use weight updates to update like a version of the model, and then you can like synchronize both at your local version, but it's also
I think it's another problem that there are some biases. For example, if you use a sensor capture some photos and objects, the model is able to learn the different sensor. And maybe can add this type of things. Able to see this bias.
AI researchers often assume that if you like replace the data set with a better data set, the outcome will be better. But like I've got a paper on I think here if we like collected data set of people like of image generator like that people kind of positively represented with their culture and have like trained different models and algorithms got less expensive stuff with better algorithms. So the algorithm obviously like does change your outcomes. In addition to the data set, so right now there's some that's slow, it's just the algorithm isn't there.
Yeah, that would be a great question, like how to optimize the model.
Yeah.
Different data. Then you could like multiple.
Category, like, I know it's hard for obviously, but do we have a categorization of like what it means? This is the general. Okay, cool. So then what, like, if we were to make a list of principles or like.
There's one that from Sonera,
Yes.
It's not comprehensive, I would say, just because like there are things we don't know or we don't see yet. We might I think there's a limitation, like what I know right now and what I should know in the future.
Right, that's like, you have to go and find.
Gen AI just looked up.
But under discussion of what we.
Gen AI is a 70-year-old. Yeah.
Right, but all the problems we are having with Gen AI was like not.
I think like to me, like the, for example, the generics, heavily dependent on scrapping the whole way. And this practice has been like common practice. Like artists have been scaling into like slowly since like a long time.
Right now, we talk way more about data. It seems people like want to engineers. They will know that the hard is like huge, the maximum spending on like the other ways.
Just, so I think it's important to think in terms of like what, like how to make the possible data set. Right now, I think there's another workshop on massively scalable data, and someone just told me like, you just like, how can you scrap the whole web without like caring in a world like what is the source of the data, is that copyright in the data, and then like if you don't take also like the community issue, and there is no political no regulation on this, like I don't see a significant because you can never have a small scale data set. But how do you fight against that around the world that and people who don't care about this?
And I wonder about how you like that massive scale. I think people right now, everyone's talking, right? I think that's like just problematic issue.
I think that's like a big question problem, right? Like, we're all having this big conversation. Oh yeah, we should do this. And everyone in the room is like, yes, we should do this. And then meanwhile, there's 3,000 people out there. I think the only way to like realistically we can keep in that, you know, besides tearing it all down, is like making it as difficult as possible to make those tools effective. Like plays and all of these like there's poisoning tools. I think that is an interesting factor for approach.
Yeah, like
Summarize the
Image generators, like plays as targets image generator. I don't know if you it's a tool that takes in some images and outputs some visually identical, imperceptibly different image that is distinct enough in the ways that stable images in particular is sensitive to, such that it produces an entirely different outcomes for all that's
specifically one of like our biggest buyers in the training data that make it act difficult to count. So like like that, right? Very previous. Very just detect that. So the buyers.
That's a good point. I don't know enough about the technology to comment on that.
So we wanted to summarize this conversation. No, seriously, what is like the top three things we want to say?
It was wide ranging.
I like lying.
Do some rearrangement.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Of the notes to try to let that structure.
We have 2 minutes. So it's a great idea if we had another hour. That's usually how we facilitate workshops. But if you were just gonna, I always tell the other side of the
I can do a really terrible.
I don't think that
Yeah, right, sounds great.
and then like moving to times and how do we make sure that they're not like
And then,
how do we take that into account?
Yep.
Maybe it's not the clearest explanation.
If I can offer a proposal at higher levels of system, I think there's approaches that we've outlined that are like, what can we do to not, what can we do that like is consistent with the motives or the processes that are currently in place, And then what can we do that like completely throws everything out?
No, I think it's really good, so I want to capture it.
Thanks everybody for this session. So that was the end session. But let's just like have our recently
All right. Great discussions.
Yeah, I love that.
We don't like that kind of interaction.
All right. Can we have just 2 1-minute summaries of the different discussions?
Shall we start with the other?
Sure. Susanna.
Okay, we had a super engaging and wide-ranging discussion. Oh, and I need a mic because I'm not loud enough. Okay, there we go. I don't know if anybody's online still or not. We had a super engaging, wide-ranging discussion covering a lot of different topics about generalizability. And here we have the results of this in purple Post-it note form. And let's see, we started out by talking about generalizability, and then we traveled into a lot of different places, including things like replication of results and reporting negative results being important. And really, the place where our discussion started was on kind of how do we get from this single number that's telling us everything you might need to know about model performance, and kind of part of generalizability being a deeper understanding of like where the model works and where it doesn't work, and how people work within that system. We had some interesting people make things simpler. I believe I've learned from the UX researchers amongst us, which I'm going to take away. That was a joke, just in case anybody didn't. Have I used up my minute yet?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Yeah, hard to summarize. It was fun.
So we have discussed the responsible data sets in the time of generative AI, and we have top 4 takeaways. 3 plus one. Bias in the data sets and the social construction of the data sets and the consent and how not. Data pruning, that we actually should not use the information we don't really build in the models. So what do we keep, what shall we keep in the data, what shall we remove in the data in terms of PII or like other sort of labels and whatnot in modeling? The consent, of course, but we know that consent is also not scalable. We cannot scale consents to billions of users or trillions of image owners, photography owners. So how to deal with this scale problem? But we know that it is also impossible not doing this. So we should be starting and doing this in some point, like designing data sets, thinking of Gen AI, consequences of using a data set that we don't know whether actually socially constructed or not. Thank you so much.
And maybe don't build it.
Yeah, just don't build it. Also loves them.
All right. Okay. We are running a little bit over time, but that is okay. We're going to move on to rapid talks. Please make sure you keep your talks to 5 minutes, and we'll have 1 question per talk. And then we're going to move to the poster session after that, where we can grab caffeine, which will be good. Okay. As soon as you see your opening slide coming up.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Neha, and I'm a first-year student at MIT. I'm advised by Sarah. And today I'm going to be talking about data sharing and kind of the promises and pitfalls of it, and in particular, focusing on ecological applications. So, in recent years, what we've seen is that the machine learning paradigm has been to share all of your data. And there's been good reason for this. the data scale that we've seen in the last like 20, 30 years has exponentially increased machine learning progress, going from IRIS and MNIST, these very small data sets, to ImageNet, to LION, and these large foundational models that we see today. In the ecological world, similar trends have occurred where now people are trying to train these very large-scale ecological models on large-scale ecological data. And these have led to different concerns that we've seen across for various other ML applications. So the first is ethical concerns, with human privacy. We've also seen that more data storage leads to greater emissions and greater costs. And we've seen that acquiring representative data is often expensive. For example, in the camera trap example, we have a very long tail of data, and getting data at this long tail is often quite prohibitive. And we also see that potentially adding in this data can lead to spurious correlations and possible worsened performance, which is what I'm going to talk about. Slide. But in ecological data sharing, one thing that's slightly different from what's there in other ML domains is that there's a huge question of sovereignty. So if we look at the case that we've looked at of these 7 different national parks in Africa, if we look at the first national park of Serengeti, should it share data with Inukishu? Should it share data with Kruger? And once this moves to the global scale, we see that should if an outside European institute, like the Kew Institutes in the UK, if they ask for data from Africa, should the African institutions also share with them? And that's where sovereignty really becomes a larger question, because these are traditionally colonized nations that might not want to share data. So that brings in the question of when and where should we actually share data, and when is it useful for the institutions that are sharing it? If a national park decides to share the data with like the UK, when is it useful for them? And so this is when we ran our case study across the Snapshot Serengeti network, which included these 7 national parks across Africa. And our basic setup was to have training data be these 5 national parks and have 2 held out test sites, Kalugadi and Inukishu, and see which combination of data would lead to higher performance on these held out test sites. And we found some general trends, which is that local data is more variable. So in particular, sharing local park data leads to higher performance. So in this case, if we're testing on Inukishu, the most helpful data that was for performance on Inukishu would be from Serengeti, because it's the closest park, it has the closest species distribution, and what we're trying to say here is that more training data is not always better. And what we're saying is that visually similar species are often confused for one another. So on the left here we have 3 different species types. So on the top there's gazelle, the second is land birds, and the third is different types of nocturnal animals like jackal, African small cat, and foxes. And they're often confused for each other. So incorporating that data into the training set wouldn't necessarily lead to higher performance. And we've seen that because the model is seeing them as confusing, adding them into the training set often leads to lower performance. But visually distinct species on the right, like wildebeest, porcupine, and zebra, means that these species in particular do not have the same issues with sharing the data. And finally, kind of what we're trying to talk about and trying to say for the larger machine learning research community is that we should be prioritizing research in very particular areas to lead for greater transparency and informed decision making. So the first is data attribution and data set design. Looking at our training sets, which data is actually most important and which data is leading to downstream model performance. Second is global versus specialized models. So do general models perform better or specialized models perform better? Third is data-centric human participation. So what we're kind of seeing here is adding humans and helping with different downstream decision making. So and then finally we have sovereignty as a core principle. So if for example an institution decides to share their data, is it useful for them or not, and whether can they preserve their sovereignty? So for example, There's the Indigenous Care Principles, which is an Indigenous tribal nation. Can they preserve their sovereignty, and is that helpful for them? And yeah, you can ask questions to me, or they can be submitted on a form. Thank you very much.
Do you want to start off?
Is there a question from the group?
I was curious if you have thought about data sharing from indigenous groups, because some of these groups have sacred knowledge that they don't want to share with outside groups. Especially like I spoke to some people from Hawaii last year. They had this concern that their data will be used to create generative AI models, and that people will replace them by selling like generated Hawaiian art, which they don't want to.
Yeah.
So like, how do you think we can balance, bringing AI into these communities, but also respecting that this type of like different value structure that they have?
Yeah, so I think in these cases, the most important thing is bringing the Indigenous leaders in as stakeholders. So for example, if they don't, I think you mentioned art. Yeah, so in this case, like, are the Indigenous leaders getting anything out of like bringing art to other people? And in most cases, they're not, and they just, or like, with our data cases, like they share their data and then nothing is ever given back to them. And that's because they're not primary stakeholders. And so if they're brought in like as the people who are kind of leading the policy conversations, or the people who are deciding whether or not to share their art or, portray it or in some way, then that's when they can have some sort of gain from it. And so I'd say, yeah, like they need to be like the primary stakeholders and policy leaders. Thanks.
Please ask additional questions.
I will ask you that.
Yeah, ask additional questions at the next session. All right.
So thank you for the organizers and the audience. So my name is Ye Zhu. I'm a postdoc from Princeton University. So I'm going to present our work, Deter, Deterrent, Edited Regions for Deterring Generative Manipulations on behalf of our team. This is a joint work with the students, Sai, Ruoyu, Amaya, Olga, and Yu, which features a large-scale dataset and benchmark for deepfake detection tasks in various granularities. So when I say granularity, it's worth mentioning that in a lot of detection fields, they have the whole image detection, which classifies a false or true whether the image is generated, or they have the more fine-grained, like to try to localize the region that has been manipulated by generative models. So even though the field of deepfake detection has existed for quite a while as an important research topic towards the responsible deployment of AI systems, the recent popularity and fast development of generative AI has encouraged us to kind of rethink and revisit the challenge in this new age. So if we think about the overall research pipeline for the deepfake detection, so in the upstream front, there are generative techniques empowered with the state-of-the-art diffusion models for versatile new applications, varying from generation, controlling, editing, customization, etc. So in the middle part involves the deepfake data set and benchmarks. They are developed for downstream detection tasks using different generator as the sources. So on the downstream side, there are detection models who are like corresponding to those different granularities and evaluation protocols from the data set and benchmarks. So our work resides in the middle part of this pipeline as a new detection data set and benchmark that serves two purposes. So on the one hand, we hope to bring recent generative AI techniques to this data set, as some of these new techniques brings new challenges that hasn't been really like well addressed in the existing data set. So on the other hand, we seek to introduce a more unified formulation and evaluation protocol for detection in different granularity and also less biased and closer to a real world scenario. So in terms of the new techniques here, so existing data sets mainly include two classic foreground operations, which are face swapping and attribute editing. However, we found in our benchmark experiments that due to these two operations have highly consistent and repetitive patterns for editing. So in other words, because they are always added some fixed regions, either like whole face region or attributes like eyes and noses, they tend to introduce the various correlations for the downstream side detection models to always will recognize there's certain regions, thus leading to a high false positive alarm rate. So to address this, we noticed that the recent Gen AI techniques have the impending operation that can be flexibly applied in random patterns. So that's why we kind of introduced this new four-grade operation. So following, we'll have our students to continue the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. In terms of the evaluation, we know the existing deepfake detection community works in a relatively independent manner, meaning that researchers usually develop methods for specific granularity scenarios, such as whole image classification or regional fake detection. Our deter dataset, even though mainly constructed with fine-grained regional forgery operations, can be applied both in the whole image or regional fake detection setups. In the training and testing spirit, unlike existing datasets, we mix both real and edited images to enable both image level classification and regional mask prediction at the same time. Overall speaking, our deterrent set contains in total 300,000 edited images. We integrate 3 different generative operations with editing area in different granularities, which includes face swapping, inpainting, and attribute editing. All the editing operations are achieved by the state-of-the-art and representative GAN and diffusion-based models. We further ensure the visual quality of deter by the IRB-approved human study and large language model evaluations. Through deter, we hope to encourage the responsible usage and the development of those generated data. Thank you.
Right, we have time for one question. Based on the sort of development of this data set and all of the work that you guys did, what do you think are some of the biggest challenges for deepfake detection currently?
Yeah, so I think that's a good question. Thank you. So I think one challenge that I see from the generative people, like I do generative modeling, I think one challenge is how can actually the detection side catch up with the generative, like the fast development from the generative AI techniques. And then the second is like, because this is a joint work, and we hope that by bringing those like data sets and like bringing those questions to the attention of the developers, like the methodology in the upfront, like the generative modeling, and we hope that this can form or like a more vivid ecosystem, or like encourage people as a developer to think of like what could be the malicious use when they develop such method. It's kind of like loop session, like, yeah, that's what we hope to do. Yeah, thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm a researcher at the University of Montreal, and we're working on a public space and the application of AI for public space. So public space are like cornerstone of like society and urban environments, where there are both places where we can express ourselves through protest, where we can engage in social activities that also represents our societal and cultural values. But there's like several problems with public spaces linked to accessibility. So they should be open and accessible to everyone for everyone to be able to enjoy them. But we often see that people, for example, in wheelchair might have trouble accessing them, or people might face discrimination or might use those spaces differently. They also incorporate like various uses. and a diversity which make them like really complex to analyze. And so our goal here is like to think about like how we can use AI to better like analyze this. And it's also like a kind of like trying to figure out like what methodology between AI and urban planning can be used or developed, and what can get like what can be inspiration from both fields. I also want to point out that a lot of the way annotation are collected are often done through exploitation of workers at the other end of the world. And here, like what we're trying to do is like a locally grown kind of data sets where we're really trying to engage citizens to actually partake in to take part in the dataset collection and the production of the AI. And to that we take inspiration from the Montreal Declaration for Responsible AI, mainly the equity principle and the diversity and inclusion principles. There's also many more principles that are related to our work, but those were like the most relevant to this one. The methodology we proposed is heavily based on co-design and EDI principles, where we're trying to involve citizens and multiple stakeholders as much as possible through the different elements of the AI design, from the dataset collection to the model creation and to the model evaluation. There is also like we also rely on interdisciplinary approaches that mix social science, urban planning, and AI, of course, experts. So here, like on the methodology, we can see like kind of like big aspects, which are like the recruitment of participants, which is done with community organism, where we actually try to reach out to specific demographics to make sure that all like a very diverse set of population is represented in the data. And we also organize several workshops to combine both quantitative and qualitative approach. And the qualitative approach is helping us also catch information that we might miss if we just do a quantitative and AI, and to also further like some discussion. This also enables us to find out about different, like which are pertinent criteria to evaluate public spaces. And there is several key benefits of using this type of approaches that tries to involve citizens and try to include like diverse perspective. One of the most important one, according to me, is also like a sense of ownership from the community that feels like they're participating in the AI and they feel included. And it also comes with education about AI and being able to better understand like, so one of the workshop was also a presentation of AI to citizens so that they can also engage with the technology and be able to discuss it. So I think it's a really important part. So the data set in itself that we collected is composed of 28 participants. And here we didn't try to be representative of the population, but instead to look at reaching as broad, like different people as possible in terms of different identities. And we let the people discuss their identities. We came up with the people with 35 criteria to evaluate public spaces. And in the end, we asked them to compare images of 2 images of different public space and evaluate those images according to different criteria. When we look at the results, the dataset is quite challenging. There is like a first challenge, which is the agreement among participants. And we actually noticed that on some criteria, people seems to agree, but on some other criteria, they seems to disagree strongly. And this heavily correlates with the performance of the model on those criteria. And so I think this asks, how can we deal with this when we train AI models, when there is a high discrepancy between how model performs? And also we've noticed that some users are systematically kind of like underperformed by the model. Especially, for example, we had like a person which is handicapped and the model like really performs badly for her. And there is also like difference in voting patterns. So this type of data is really challenging to use. Yeah.
We have time for a single question. Is there a question from the audience?
I really like what you said about building a sense of community ownership. Do you have any like examples or thoughts on like instances of ownership the people in the study ended up displaying with this model?
Yeah, so I think this is still work in progress, and we're still like wondering about this because, for example, what we want to, like, we don't want to share the data, or at least that when we discussed with people, they were not comfortable sharing the data and the model, and we still like, so we're still working with them. So I think this is also part of it, that we're trying to push this model to production, or at least to see to which extent it could be used in the real world. And we're still involving the same citizen in this process, so it's a long-term process. The thing which is really challenging is like keeping the people actually involved in the project, because we need to, like, we pay them, but at the same time they also like sometimes just have other things to do. So it's a really challenging task. I'm not saying like this is something that is necessarily done, but from what we've seen is like we've seen like great interest, at least in participating in the study at the beginning. But there is like still challenges to like remain like for a long-term interaction, and I think it takes time to really build like so we're just like starting. So it's really hard to get like also like the full feedback.
Yes. So hello, everyone. There are three of us present here today. Dapenwa Onyosi Nikoto in the audience, myself, Camille Mins, and my co-presenter, Sanjana Paul. And in absentia, we have Olarawaju Samuel and Kazia Chmielinski. Our global team, representing Namibia, the Bahamas, the USA, and Nigeria, are delighted to present our idea on a transformative approach to data creation and management, as detailed in our paper, Machines Are Learning, African Communities Are Training.
I'm just really here to support my presenters. But before we start off, I want to dedicate, this work is dedicated to our late president, His Excellency Dr. Haile G. Gainscock, who died on Cancer Day. As he would always say, inclusivity spells harmony, exclusivity spells conflict, and the main aim of his administration was to address the socioeconomic gaps that exist in our society. So this is just dedicated to him.
Thank you. So yes, our work is motivated by the future possibilities for Africa and her 1.4 billion people. That is about 17.5% of the global population, which boasts the youngest population on Earth and holds incredible potential for a different future. Compared to her current generations who were economically excluded from the opportunities of industrialization and often exploited for cheap labor and mining, data creation holds the potential to rewrite a different narrative of possibility, one in which machines acting as a new industry and communities can work together. Our vision for Namibia, Africa's last born and youngest democracy, which serves as our use case, and Africa as a whole, is to leverage the shared heritage that is language, environment, and culture as a resource to benefit her people, alleviating poverty and moving towards a just and equitable future. That said, it is critical that Africa herself and the rest of the world reimagine responsible data practices for sovereignty and liberation for the next billion users and all users towards 2030. We draw from that Khan proverb of Sankofa, that we must learn from the past to inform the future, and quote Stephen Bantu Biko, that we cannot, in pursuing the aspiration of our people, operate from a platform that was designed for the oppression of our people. With that being said, machines possess the potential to impact and transform, potentially positively, but realistically, potentially negatively, the communities in which they're involved. A key issue in deciding which direction the output of machines goes is who is training them, for what, and with what. Where was the training data acquired and how? To advance responsible, sustainable data, it is important to reevaluate the role of the global north and how machines can serve and supplement humanity, from what is currently happening to where we envision going. We can lead in an intentional shift away from the frustrations and negative effects of today's technology landscape. These include the pervasive and unwanted use of generative AI, as well as intensive energy consumption that benefits few at the expense of many. By repositioning communities and individuals as the architects of infrastructure and advocates of change, we can fundamentally alter the dynamics of development and exploitation involving people.
All right.
Thank you, guys. So to illustrate a little bit more the practical application of what we've been speaking about and really fundamentally driving a transformative shift in what we hope to see in terms of dataset creation and curation, we want to talk about the practical application of dataset clinics. So dataset clinics are a concept that we are proposing that are community-based and consent-driven platforms for ethical and responsible data creation and management. The clinical structure is based around a community-driven and participatory approach to data governance and management, which begins with, let's see if I can angle this, informed consent, around the initial language data creation, which is a use case, and the active participation and curation of communities throughout the data lifecycle. So by really trying to facilitate and necessitate actually the direct involvement of community members in the creation and the management of data sets, we're trying to push for a lot more transparency and a lot more benefit actually to target communities. So, considering the African language context specifically, there are over 2,000 distinct languages on the African continent, and many of those are extremely underrepresented, if not entirely excluded from digital resources. And so we really want to focus on enhancing this language data accessibility and utility, but we want to be extremely careful of how we're doing that. So we want to make sure that we are going in at the ground level with a justice-centric method. So when we looked at, our diagram over here, again, laser pointer acrobatics, this is kind of the conventional approach where, the community is perilously supporting the creation of these data sets for generalized applications. But we are hoping that, as we go through the cyclical method of a data set clinic, which is really consent-driven and really informed consent-driven, that we shift to this more sustainable structure where there's an opportunity for, these data sets and the data set creation, curation to support the community in their growth and in their aspirations. And so we want to emphasize that, when we think about responsible data as a concept and how we do data, shifting towards something that's sustainable in all senses of the word is really, really important and is probably going to require a fundamentally different approach. So we think that with dataset clinics drawing from participatory methodology, we want to offer that we should be shifting how we think of communities producing language data and that they should be considered enterprises in these data sets. So we want to wrap up by just kind of mentioning that, there are important details to be aware of. We have to consider neutrality. We have to consider who is administering these clinics. We have to, of course, be aware that we're thankfully not starting from scratch, right? There are existing frameworks and concepts like FPIC, FAIR, and CARE. But we really have a lot more work when it comes to thinking about creating more robust data ecosystem that distributes benefits and burdens. And so we just want to end with a call to action. And our call to action for everyone here in the responsible data community is to think about how we can move to an ethos of data collection curation that leverages shared human, cultural, and bioregional heritage as a resource. And in particular, when thinking about the African context and the vastness of history and culture that it contains, how we as a responsible data community are thinking about how we can shift our approach to data collection and curation to benefit the continent and its people. Thank you.
We have time for one question. Any questions from the audience?
I really like instruction and this idea. What's one data set or type of data you would like to form these data set clinics on?
So I can start answering this. We're really interested particularly in indigenous language data and thinking about how to treat the dataset clinics as a mechanism with which to allow and to really actively enable those communities to participate in a data economy the way they want to. Thanks. Cool. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to all of the speakers today. Let's give one more round of applause to everyone. All right, we are going to head to the poster session, which again is going to be in the Arch Building Exhibit Hall. This time we're in spots 149 to 156. Please take down your posters after that time. Again, 149 to 156. Cool. Okay. What? Yes, great question. Please be back here by 3:45. We're going to do a panel discussion, which will be really, really fun.
What's the poster number?
Yes, it is 149 to 156. So grab a spot anywhere between those.
1号149到156。Thank you.
You're welcome.
And with praise on all staff,
I guess I'm ready. I like calls.
Sorry. I've done it mostly in companies, so I worked on Project Microsoft. Whatever. Actually, that it makes better. Because when you have people self-label, when I'm selling this stuff, I don't talk about getting people to send it. But I talk about how self-labeling, like getting people to self-label the data, makes the data much more effective and better, makes machine learning outcomes way better. That's the selling point. It started when I was at Microsoft, and I was like, and I got like 0 interest. And then I said, well, what was that data set built for? If it wasn't on purpose, you should have better use this data set. Or if we build the data set fit for purpose, got me to the same end, but by a way that was interesting.
I think there's a crowd
What do you like? Yes, definitely it's in it. I don't know if I'll come back to this, but I signed up for the. Where is it happening? I don't think I have the address.
Yeah, having that conversation is really hard, not really important. Because you don't want to lose the people that are using it. They had made a deal with a public being to get the data, and I was like holding a lawyer. just like, hey, there's nothing in the terms that we designed to play the game. So Dan had done some research on, and I can say this now because the paper came out and talked about how good their own
I mean,
training bot.
it doesn't even action. Like, you know, like, for example.
Well, some of your lawyers know about COPA.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the place where like kids and data meets, very expensive.
It's like for sure. Maybe I'm coming back.
Yeah, of course.
I think it was a great work.
I'm always happy to download 50
Can you wait for some other talk?
I don't know how helpful it is.
Yeah,
You brought reinforcements?
Which actually contributes, but I can do that.
I have filed
I don't think I was here.
pool party here.
Oh,
That's how you go to.
I see.
So we're doing that today.
I saw that, I didn't realize that.
We're talking federal employees in, Jenny Sleep, head of system. And Kathleen Fisher, the I2I.
Okay, I feel like that people who are agreeing to be down are not.
The reason why they're agreeing, part of the reason why they're agreeing to participate, we were raffling off the donkeys, and the raffles and hold the proceeds are going to raise money for security privacy practice center. So, like, and they're like paying for a little, but we're not going to sell them to say, keep them that money. So.
Yeah, I just want to ask you one thing. You understand the connection between cloud computing and military? You understand the connection? Have you ever worked on a military with AI system? Have you ever did some kind of military? Have you ever worked with this type of company? So if you have been doing that, the smarter the technology. I mean, I saw the.
I still have
the better it is. I was what's in it. We try to people that are critical. No. Let me
I mean, I'm happy to, I think I'm going to, so I'm happy to like.
I cannot. Now that my knowledge.
What your most
Knowledge that I have. Specifically one of the ones that is mentioned here. I have worked on system that do accurate
Right, and
people
doing
that need
that usually.
because they are saying their surroundings. I don't know. The
Yeah.
people that are dying, people that are like surrounded.
Most nowadays, I
Okay,
think.
okay, yes. A
And
terrorist,
it's
it's a
also
children
in
next to
Romania that kinds of.
who's to blame? Terrorists or the people that are trying to hurt the terrorists? Children are not to blame for anything.
But they're being bombed.
So should
That shouldn't be
So
happening.
should a person that targets a terrorist avoid targeting a terrorist? Because they use their children. Okay, so let all of the terrorists leave because they are gonna kill other children. So it's okay, as far as they're concerned, your solution is let terrorists leave.
There are tens of thousands of their children. All right, I gotta pick up a package before it gets stolen from my house. In 2 months later.
That's amazing. If you look next to a terrorist.
We need something with the oxygen and fire oxygen.
And all of you look.
No, the kilo more. That's why you can tell.
So even
But like everybody is very excited, Emily especially, like she was very excited.
Yeah.
You just need to
Yes, I took photos in my breaks.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Great. It's like refreshment. This is really good. I know.
Oh, okay. So they
All the things. Oh, we're gonna sit in front. Okay. Hi.
It just felt really weird to do right now.
Well, we'll keep you company. Now you have 3 people up front. Do we give it a few minutes for people to come back?
Yes, because your moderator is not here yet.
I wasn't pointing that out. I was just very diplomatically suggesting we give it some time.
Yes, it is also not 3:45 just yet.
It's like
2 minutes.
3:43.
Yes.
I mean, in theory, but well, no, you can't do Gen AI without doing AI. So like, the AI hype cycle is a thing. So if you ask any of my colleagues, I'm generative AI. If you ask me, I'm like, well, AI.
Do you work with Elsa?
I don't, but we did catch up when I joined Adobe. And I know she changed teams and is much happier, so that's good. That's why I made that comment when someone said product manager versus program manager, and I was like, that's very different. Well, not just that, I see program managers at Adobe be treated really poorly, and product managers are gods, so.
Why?
That's bizarre. I mean, I've heard the same thing about Microsoft.
So
Not
Microsoft's
the,
a
like,
little bit
research
different.
area, but-
Microsoft's a little bit different because they do have program manager roles that are valued and appreciated. So it's a little bit different. It's like, what is a program? There's these great blogs about what does a program manager do at Microsoft, and you could do anything from like security, privacy, building stuff. Like program managers do a ton of stuff at Microsoft. On certain teams, this is not how the company would describe it because they would want people to come for them. But on certain teams, program managers can be treated as though they're the note takers and the meeting schedulers and like not
like a secretary.
an admin, yeah. But it's crazy because they pay them like 6 figures and like they're paid like product managers, but then they do the work that
That's
assistant can do.
Personally, my program manager, no work would get done without no work.
When they're appreciated.
Oh yeah.
When they're valued, yeah, absolutely. But a product manager takes an inchoate product or a feature or a revision of a feature, and you're responsible for it, and they get it from idea to out the door. And so they are highly valued for producing things that go out in the world and make money.
Gotcha. I don't know, but yes, like every product, every project right now is organized like roadmap by PMs.
Yeah. So there were plenty of PMs I saw treated very well at Meta. There were.
When I was a product manager, I was also in charge of the roadmap.
That does make sense, but right now what's happening is basically they don't take engineers' input.
I always used to take customers' input.
Right, so it's very fancy.
But that makes you a good one.
Yeah.
Right.
That doesn't make it the company culture.
And there's this gap, like information gap between what PM thinks an engineer can build. So
You know what I used to do? I used to take engineers to customer visits.
that's smart. So we
Yeah,
can
I would
understand.
pass them to my side. They would hear it straight from the customer.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I'm going to bring Susanna. Never mind. I speak and
Right
then
on
she
time.
enters.
Right on time.
Okay.
Summit.
Okay. Logistics briefing. Right behind you is a microphone. It is attached to a cord. So when you're
So we are
passing it between you, pass it behind you instead of in front of you.
Oh, or we could just lengthen the cord.
There's enough cable that we can toss in front of us and then we don't have to
Okay.
really-
Please just don't strangle each other with the cable.
We'll try.
I don't know what time it is.
We're about 3 minutes late. It's fine. Oh, it's 3 minutes late is really on time.
I was gonna say like 5 to 10 minutes is really on time.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. It is time for the panel discussion. As a reminder, for questions, you can ask them live. I'm going to be running around with a microphone. You can also use the QR code if you want to ask anonymized questions. Susanna should have that up somewhere. Okay.
The power of my phone.
Yes. Cool.
I do.
I will leave it to you.
Okay, awesome. I have a mic. Cool. So I am super excited to introduce our illustrious panel to you. Very excited to hear what you all have to say. I will give brief introductions. You can read more of everyone's bio on the website. We have, starting from my left, your right, I'm gonna butcher people's names. I'm so sorry. Noah Franco Ohana. Okay, awesome. Is a seasoned technology professional with a background in R&D, product management, and innovation. And in her current role as VP of Partnerships at Task AI, Noah passionately dedicates efforts to bridging the gap between artificial intelligence and human intuition. Read more on the website. And feel free to add in anything that I have missed. That's important. Emily McReynolds has worked in data protection, machine learning, and AI across academia, civil society, and in the tech industry writ large. She has led partnerships with civil society and industry engagement on responsible AI at Meta, and created end-to-end data strategy for ML development at Microsoft, along with amazing other things that you can read about. I want to make sure we get to questions, so that's why I'm speeding through here. Let's see Sven. Sven's up next. This is Sven Kattel. How terribly did I butcher your last name? Cattell. Okay, thank you. Never introduce people that you haven't really met before. It's a bad idea. Sven Cattell, thank you. Founded the AI Village in 2018 and has been running it ever since. He was the principal organizer of AI Village's Generative Red Team at DEF CON 31, and is also the founder of, do you pronounce NBHD.ai that way? Or Neighborhood AI, spelled very internet-y, which is a startup focused on the security and integrity of data sets and the AI they built. And finally, last but not least, Morgan Klaus Sherman.
terribly did I butcher your last name?
Scheuermann.
Scheuermann, thank you. Is a research scientist on Sony AI's AI ethics team and a visiting scholar in information science at the University of Colorado Boulder. He received his PhD from the University of Colorado Boulder, where you may have seen his amazing research, and was a Microsoft PhD research fellow. Morgan focuses on mitigating technical harms, particularly in the context of AI development and deployment. Okay, there we go. So I have some kickoff questions that I will start with, and then Candace will run around and hand people mics. And yeah, let's see where we get to in the next hour, if I find questions. Okay, so the first one I wanted to start with was, I think you all have like a wide variety of different expertise. And I'm curious about your thoughts on communicating about what's in data and what's, how do we tell people what's in data and in data sets so that they can use them appropriately, so they can understand them across, not just within like the ML community who's here, but various stakeholders like policy folks or users or regulators or ML practitioners. So I don't know who wants to start.
Am I being voluntold?
Yes,
Sorry. Okay. I don't know if I have a good answer to this question. I think this is something that, for me, I've wanted to do more of, but I feel like being trained as an academic, I don't really know how to, I don't think it's part of our training if you're highly in the academic space to be good at public science. So I've always wanted to be like, how do I make this more accessible in terms of maybe creating tools or visualizations? I think like a lot of public nonprofits do a great job. Like Pew, for example, has these great like interactive ways for the public to actually engage with data and know what the data is about. I think I would love to see more of that. But I can't say that I've ever done any of it myself. And I don't know, I guess just like in my general life, I'm thinking about like trying to communicate what I do to people that are not in this space, who are just like doing jobs that are totally unrelated to tech. And none of them are like looking to use these kinds of data sets. I guess in terms of like people who are looking to use these data sets who are outside of like ML or HCI where I am, working with them would be great. I think some of the work that we've seen here today that's like community centered, okay, let me work with a community that wants to use this data so I can collect appropriate data, and that's kind of like a feedback loop. So I guess it depends what you mean by public. Please take it away.
I think we're probably going to go down the line. So I dealt with like data set cleaning and stuff with large Fowler data, that is I think less relevant with the public stuff, because it will never be public. We can't release it. But one of the things that came up a few times today is a Stanford Observatory investigation of the Lau fact building data set, and the fact that they have they did a coordinated disclosure with them and like got the data set pulled from a lot of repositories. What my friends have all complained about is there's no good way of identifying models that have been trained on it that might have problematic elements trained into them now, because they got these and things just got into the wild, and you download it all Hugging Face and you don't know which version of Lau and stuff trained on, and nobody's really writing these down in a systematic bill of materials. And it's a big push right now in the security space to legislate software bill of materials, and immediately the first thing that people are doing is trying to be like, how do you do SBOMs for AI? And I'm like, I'm not sure. But my friends are very concerned.
I can take a pass at how you do that. I think so. I got deep into documentation, and documentation for me whether it's about data or a machine learning model or a system, and those are different levels of documentation. One of the most important factors is your audience, because what your friends are going to want to know is different than what the Federal Trade Commission is going to want to know, is different than like what my VP is going to want to know about data. So considering the audience, I think, of who you're trying to communicate with is really important. In terms of sharing like what's in a data set, I've had some really great conversations recently about how you think about both models and data sets and what they were created for versus what you want to use them for. And I think that's a nuance that isn't happening in the conversation right now in public. So building data sets responsibly has a huge number of characteristics, and maybe after today we'll write a paper to outline all of those perspectives.
So from our perspective at Task AI, I mean, we're not actually building the data set, but we did some project for data curation. And for data curation, what we do in our platform is we target a lot of people worldwide, and that way we can always make the process transparent. So, for example, if I can take use case of adding attributes to a product or adding data to documents, like you said, but we always document the people that did it, why they did it, which location they were in. So that process, the transparent process, it gives our customer a sense of security in how the data was curated.
Very cool, thank you. Does anybody in the audience have a question burning a hole in their pocket yet? Yes.
Do you think that if you can create a more responsible data set, we should remove the other one from the community?
I don't want to go first again.
I would like to say it depends. It really does depend. Your definition of responsible data set might not be my definition of responsible data set for one, but there are cases where you really, really, really want to fully build up the models as much as quickly as possible. Might notice that it's kind of hard to find early versions of Stable Diffusion online, and they've made it an intentional part of leaking those for good reason.
Sure, I'll go. Yeah, I also think it depends. I also think this is kind of a science of science question, maybe. Some people might argue that in some form we should always keep those data sets and models so that we can look back historically at them and see what should we not replicate, right? But I also think to do that, you will always need something in place, whether that is some kind of I don't think licenses are necessarily the best method because I don't really know how you uphold a license. I don't know how many people have taken someone to court for like misusing a data set at this point or what that would look like. But I think there would have to be some policy around it as well, which is probably the case for like most questions when it comes to AI artifacts at all. But I imagine like you retired the data set. There's still some value in knowing what was once in that data set, what models was it once connected to. We might need to go and see how has this harmed somebody if that model is actually publicly deployed. But yeah, I don't think there's currently any processes in place because there are a bunch of retracted data sets that are still probably in models, and now we don't have access to the data to even know what the harm could be. And so I do think that they probably should still exist, even from this analysis standpoint or this harm mitigation standpoint, but there would also have to be policies about upholding the use of those data sets for specific purposes. Here you go.
So I think your question kind of relates to whether something was uploaded to the internet that is wrong and we need to remove it because, I don't know, it's offensive or something. So I don't know, I'm not sure that data needs to be deleted if it was harmful, because we do need that kind of checkpoint. We compare models, so we have like quality score. So if something was harmful or not quality or biased, we still need that checkpoint in order to see that we increase the quality and it's now better. So I don't think that we need to delete that kind of data.
And I think it could be problematic to delete that kind of data. I think you're asking a provocative question because there isn't a good answer. And the answer, yeah.
Yeah. My question was related to the fact that there are several data sets that was created for social network. People don't know the faces in this data set. Is right to use these images?
I think it's almost a two-part question. Like the question of whether we keep it or delete it for the historical context is different than do we prevent people from using it in the future?
Thank you.
Hello. So my question is like, I think something that you guys will keep going back to, which is what is the definition of art? What's definition of, like, my definition of responsible data is something, someone else's definition of privacy is something. There are different levels of privacy. But in engineering, let's say, like I'm an engineer, right? So I like basically like for me, it's, the answer is simple. It's binary. This is doing activity definition. This is not doing activity definition. But like there's some scale to it, right? How do you think we can reach to a place where there's consensus about a lot of stuff? Is it like more towards policy? Because I'm doing an engineer's care. Like I read a paper, I write privacy as like whatever I want to call it privacy, or the text paper. But where does the where do I go and like look for the privacy definition outside of engineering?
So because of legislation, we do have some very clear definitions, and there are ways to find that information. I think what you see in a panel like this is we can't give you the 20-page the 20-page collaboration group that I worked with just published, where some of the leading creators of data sheets for data sets and model cards for model reporting and all of those came together to say, like, what are the trade-offs? How do we define this stuff? What is transparency? I mean, it's a I could do a 2-hour presentation on that document. So it's harder to sit here and say, like, this is the definition. But I think we're asking good provocative questions, because I understand one of my favorite examples in this. I spent time in law and policy and governance spaces for a number of years, and we would have a really good time asking the law students, well, we teach them to code, and then we'd ask them to code a law. Because how do you code reasonable, right? Like you're talking, there's a binary choice there, and it turns out it's actually really hard to code laws because there are binary choices at some point that you have to make, right? So I think we don't want to get stuck on definitions, but the reason we start with definitions is because if we don't know what we're talking about, we don't know how to implement. We don't know how to do the next step.
There are benchmarks.
Oh, did you want to?
Yeah. No, go ahead. But I mean, there are benchmarks out there. I mean, we're reading all the time. There's like the FAIR parameters. There's like the, I think, Belmont reports. There's a lot of benchmark out there. So if you really want to make sure that the data is responsible, there is a way to get it. I can say that, I mean, for our platform, we don't rely on, we have a consensus mechanism, which is what you said. So we don't rely on one person. When we want to check if the data is unbiased and responsible, then we don't just ask one person, we can ask 1,000 people. And then we can check in our consensus mechanism what they say about it. So kind of like asking a lot of law students, but we ask like the regular person in the streets, like target a lot of people. Or we can do it by way location based. So what is reasonable in, I don't know, US, check it if it's reasonable in Europe. So again, there's a lot of ways to check if something is responsible, reasonable.
So recently this has come up this is currently under debate in the security world, because the definition of the word vulnerability has been sort of in place for 15 years. There's a definition that CERT uses and a definition that MITRE uses, and they're very similar. And this is sort of the communal definition of what vulnerability is. And it's the sort of thing where if you stun it, you'll see it. Recently, the AI caucus in the Senate introduced a bill that says you have to extend the CVE process and the definition of vulnerability to AI systems, to like bias and other harms that are not traditionally vulnerabilities, which I think is a terrible idea for a variety of reasons. And CERT is complying with that, currently writing an extension, a proposed extension to the vulnerability thing for SEI and stuff. I have been, what I have been advocating for when I chose these things, but it has to be based on the model card, and the model card, but most model cards I've seen aren't specific enough to be used in this situation. Like most of them suck. I mean, I like Google's model cards for some of these things, and then I really hate someone who put model cards. Like it is a mixed bag. They're like Mixtral seems to put good stuff in their announcements and really bad stuff on their model cards, and it's like it's a mixed bag where it's still developing and people don't know what they're doing. But it has to develop quicker because there's like strong demand from legislators to do this well, and they're reaching for straws and mechanisms for regulating the stuff that they don't understand, but and they have to. And if we don't speed up our side of things, we're going to be left in a situation where we have a law in the US or elsewhere that's actively harmful for the field, and like legislative systems for this. A lot of people aren't paying attention to.
Yeah, I actually think what you said is a really interesting point in this question, which is initially Emily said like law provides really clear definitions sometimes, right? Often it's actually hard to uphold those definitions, as you can see when, I'm not a lawyer, but I think this point is really interesting too, that law is also never fixed. And it differs by context. That could be context at like a really granular level, whether that's a city, in terms of biometric data, for example, or it could be at the level of like the EU. So it's also not super clear from that, right? So I guess I don't feel like there's a fixed binary answer because human problems just don't have these fixed binary answers, but there are a lot of guidelines. And just, I guess the way that I've approached responsibility, I think it depends also on the scale at which responsibility is being deployed, right? Is it being deployed for a study or a research agenda that's like 5 studies, or is it being deployed as a product that's going to affect billions of people? That's totally different. And so I think just thinking about the context matters. So if it's at the level of the study, I think that there are a lot of great resources you could turn to justify why you think that this is responsible and what maybe the trade-offs are to that. I think it'd be harder to do. I think that's why companies turn to law, right? Because it's clear they also want to avoid, accidentally violating the law, but I don't think it is not necessarily a reasonable expectation for an individual engineer or individual researcher to know the entire law. And so I think turning to best practices, or if you can engage, or perhaps who you're trying to serve, and determining what is responsible from their perspective, that could be an approach.
Okay. So one of the things, so the name of the paper is Clear Documentation Framework. And the reason it's done that way is because I actually think we're going to get legislation that says you have to create these things. And to your point, I want to bring up a little historical lesson. When we get to a point where legislative bodies are determining technical standards, you have 35 years later a standard that if you've left your email on the server for more than 180 days, the police can just go read it, right? And that's because in 1986, when you had an email server, if you didn't download it, you probably weren't interested in that email. And the entire technical context has changed, but we're stuck with this law that we've been trying to update for about 34 years. So there's a point at which self-regulation doesn't work because we need consistent documentation, right? Because this one works, as you said, this one works and that one doesn't. But when we get to a company, they say, well, I don't want to lose the competitive advantage. So there was a point at which Microsoft was basically like, we want to stop doing facial recognition, but we need all the other companies to stop doing facial recognition. Let's get a law. So the interests and the balance of the equities can be really challenging.
Well, maybe I can follow up a little bit. I'm curious, hopefully provocative question, which is, what do you all think about quantifying responsibility as opposed, like going one step further than the law, right, which defines maybe specific terms, but getting to we love, as we were talking earlier today in one of the roundtables, how much we love a single number that we can write down or sell to Wall Street, or put really big on your leaderboard about like my data set has a responsibility score of 75. Yours only has a 62.
How would you calculate it?
Yeah. What do you think? Is that good, bad, harmful?
How
Good
would you
idea?
calculate it? How would you get to 75? Who is responsible for the metric? Will it change tomorrow?
Where did you screw up? One of the principles with security is you will screw up. On average, there's a bug in code every 10,000 lines, and and out of those bugs, every like 10 to 100, depending on I don't know, but there's like every 10 is like a vulnerability that needs to be reported in the natural vulnerability database. So the principle with security is you're going to screw up. So having a single like number is great for like the initial release of your model product, but one of those data sets in there might have a bias that you can think about, and you need to update it. Your model might have a bias that you can think about. You need to update it. You're going to screw up and assume that, and then build systems around like saying we felt that.
Yeah, I guess the other question I have is like, how often do you update it to? How often do you reassess that? But I mean, it's hard. Your question is like, how do you feel about that? I feel like I am a qualitative HCI researcher, so I do not like it, but I also acknowledge that the reality is that the system will be built and somebody will want to buy something like responsibility, right? So how do we do that well for the current time and context? So I did do some research outside of like my usual research on like how people think about the severity of content on the internet. And the ultimate goal was then to rank severity so that it can be more easily moderated. And of course the findings are like severity, the perspective of severity really depends on like the context, the expertise the person has, whether they had experienced that before. But then you could also ideally reweight things in certain ways, right? And be like, okay, what if we weighed people with policy expertise's perspective more than the general population? Or do we weigh the general population in, I don't know, the Western United States higher for that area? And so I think it really depends on, again, kind of scale and resources, and also how often, and that also goes into how often can you revisit this type of weighting. I do think, even though my natural inclination is not to do this, that is also what we do as humans. So yeah, I know that people have to do these types of things to make products work better. And so we still have to figure out like how will we weight, how will we quantify a concept like responsibility for our product for this specific context.
I mean, what comes to mind for me is like Hugging Face has like a leaderboard for the LLM. So maybe in the future we'll have like a responsible AI leaderboard. Maybe this is the direction, because it seems like that the more models and the more data that we have, yeah, people need to quantify to know who is better, who is best, who is leading. So maybe that's the next phase that's going to be.
Since we're not being recorded, I can say that there, where did responsible AI come from? It came from companies getting backlash for calling it AI ethics, right? And so, not 100%, right? There's a lot of talk of responsibility, but the reality is, if you're talking about companies building something and they are for-profit companies, it is in their interest to sell something that is responsible. And so I was just having a conversation with a couple of different companies about what kind of metrics, like companies that want to build some sort of public measure to show how transparent they are or how attentive they are to certain standards. And the measurements aren't real. And the questions are like, well, what happens when we fail our own standard? Like, why would we do that? So I think to circle back a little bit, the definitions are really important, because if there isn't an agreed upon definition, if there isn't a general one, when we go make a quantitative metric, like I can tell you what happened when GDPR came into force and all the finagling that happened inside of companies to make their data look like it was supposed to look like. And so I think we really have to interrogate like what we would be searching for before we make a measurement that doesn't mean anything. And to take it like really dark, we have measurements that are supposed risk scores that keep people in jail. And so like, I'm very suspicious of any kind of score that purports to measure something that is really qualitative.
Can I ask like a follow-up provocative question of other
Yes.
panelists? I guess I was curious of like whose responsibility, like whose definition of responsibility? Because I was thinking about how I did these interviews of like people in tech who are working on just like any form of identity characteristics for computer vision. And they were saying like, oh, we care about whether our data is sexist, but our clients don't. And they're in this other cultural context, but we care, so we want to like implement it. And so I was just, they had this interesting kind of back and forth where they were like, when is it our responsibility to define what responsibility looks like when we're serving an international population? And this also came up, I was talking to data workers about how they do the work for generally US clients or European clients, and they're asked to label these concepts that don't even exist within their own cultural contexts, whether it's like racial categories that simply don't exist because they're not in the US and it's based on the US Census. And I was thinking like, this is an interesting form of like knowledge colonization, right? Like you're teaching people in a totally different context what race is supposed to look like. And so, yeah, I was just curious what other panelists thought about kind of like imbuing certain perspectives of responsibility globally.
Sort of agree that I think it sort of should be up to the market to decide what this is, because I want to, if I'm buying a product, I want to like make sure it's aligned with what my values. Except there really isn't a trustworthy marketplace for responsible machine learning. There isn't really a place like for security. The marketplace for secure software didn't really come about until after we started documenting every time you screw up in the National Vulnerability Database, which has developed over 25 years. It was first published in 1999, kind of became a thing in 2004. That was around the time when Bill Gates wrote a letter saying we shall put security first. But it was market pressure because they were getting hammered in the CVE process that Microsoft was running at the time, because everyone found lots of CVEs and Microsoft kept accepting them, and DoD was like saying, hey, Microsoft, you're not buying your stuff until you fix these. And then they cared. Right now there isn't like a thing of like, GPT 4.0 has screwed up 17 times in the last month. Gemini screwed up 3 times in the last month. Okay, well, that's a metric that I can buy, and people currently buy software like that. There are large organizations that will look up CVE scores for use of software, and then look up history and how it's managed, and then buy based on that, like that metric. And it does affect choices. Credential software. I think if we do it right, we can make the same sort of market forces exist in machine learning, but it doesn't right now. It's lots of framework.
In some ways, I would say it does exist, not in a helpful scoring metric like that, but my job at Adobe literally exists because companies B2B are asking, like, how can we be sure that we won't get racist images? How can we be sure that we won't violate copyright? So the market that you talk about from like 2004 for security, I think is there in not a good quantitative way yet. But it's definitely a question. Like on a regular basis, I'm meeting with high-level people who are saying, okay, I just want to make sure you didn't scrape the internet to build this, because we're not buying anything that scraped the internet to build their AI. And companies aren't making public announcements about the fact that they aren't doing that. It's when you go talk to, well, really what works in a corporate context is holding an event where there are many companies and they can talk to each other about what they're doing, because nobody wants to be the first or the loudest. But they are making those calls. And what you're hearing publicly right now, I think, is a lot about copyright. And there are concerns about copyright, but inside, what I'm hearing is concerns about racist outputs, sexist outputs, those kinds of things. And so there are business-to-business decisions being made on that context. But I would love to hear about a good quantitative framework that would work for that, like it's for security.
There's like an AI harms database, but I can't remember what it's called. I think there is like an AI harms database, but it's not centralized or systematic in any way. I think it's like a pet project that somebody created to document those things.
There's 3 of them.
There's 3 of them. Yeah, so it's not great. But it is interesting that at least you can say, okay, this thing, I know this happened, but yeah, it's not quite systematic. And again, like how do you even define that? Like contextually, like something, I guess like people are trying to audit LLMs a lot, right? But often I think the context matters a lot in terms of how do you determine when something is truly being sexist or racist? Like who gets to make that determination when sometimes that knowledge is really implicit to the community and the people who are doing that auditing work are not part of that community? Yeah.
Did you want to follow up there on those 3 databases so they can hear?
So the first one that was established was AI Instant Database, and the guy who runs that is Sean McGregor. The next one was the AI Vulnerability Database, which was from Supermarket. And then the last one was another version from Sean that's kind of coming out UL. It's not quite up yet. And I think it might be a few more, but those are the 3 major ones that are.
I wanna push on the quantification thing, and I don't have a question. It's like a provocation / I want to say something. Sorry, but like I'm social psychologist, qualitative mostly. I get it that it's absurd to be like, what's responsible? You can't quantify. I get it. ... And I think it's been a huge impediment to progress in the field. And I think most of that impediment is from the community itself, where most of the benchmarks we've been talking about today are wildly contrived and like toy problems, and I can pick them apart. And they created momentum for these groups. And so I think that, like, I want to put that out of like, what if, I think that there are parts of responsible AI we can quantify. Like when you give the blob of responsible AI, it's like, yeah, can't do it, totally get it, the whole thing. But I think there are parts we could, and even the contextual pieces, like, I think we could if we went for it. And I don't know, I want to put that to the group of like, I think it's a thing that we could take advantage of that the responsible AI community doesn't, and I think it hampers progress.
What do you, no, I'm asking you, since what do you think that the quantitative measures could be?
I really, so we're running GRT Gen 13.2 at DEF CON this year, and we announced last week, and it's focused kind of on this. We're doing the CVE process with a minimum amount of changes for it to make it work with machine learning. So they have to submit data sets, small data sets that prove some harms. They're going to cherry pick them. It's going to be contrived, and we're going to run into issues that you described. And I don't want to, I know we're going to run into them. And what I'm excited about is finding out how people mess with us, because we're doing it at DEF CON, and we're going to explicitly ask people to mess with us. And I want to see incentive to get like 50 things through because they can get $50 each for those. Most of the stuff that have been there, like the public engagement, like what we did last year, the original POT, have been competitions where there's a winner that is decided by a panel, and that's really easy to sidestep a lot of these questions. Like, oh, I think that's contrived. I'm just not going to deal with it. I'm not going to award you points or give you a thing. But then I have to deal with a bounty system, and you are arguing with me. I now have to engage with you, and no one's done that and tried that. I know we're going to screw up, and we're actually thinking about paying bounties for making us change the rules. So you get $50 for making a contrived data set, or however you make the data set, the award, saying, okay, cool, this is actually proving some harm the model did, whatever it is, we're following the definition of model cards. $50 for that, or $500 if you make us change the rules. Because we know they're going to screw up, and I want to see what happens instead of like hypothesizing.
Aren't there? I'm familiar with a couple of AI bug bounty programs.
None of them have actually been bounties.
None of them have been bounties.
None of them.
I know in security that there are bounties.
Well, so just like AI red teaming has piggybacked off of information security red teaming, it is super problematic. I'm happy to have you like dismantle that term, but just like AI red teaming has been copied from, and maybe inelegantly and problematically, there are people claiming to do AI bug bounties. So I'd love to hear why that isn't real.
Everyone I've seen has been a competition. That there's a first place, first, third thing where every single one is a competition. It hasn't been a single bounty program. Even Bug Crowd, which specializes in bounty programs, their one with CDAO was a competition as well. Everything from Roman Chaudhry has been a competition, and then what we did last year. There's been several competitions that have been run by Dreadnought with various organizations, various governments, holding competitions, which is great. It gets it sort of prepares the landing zone for us to do it as a bounty system. But like, there's a good reason why no one's done it. It's gonna screw up.
Well, it's going to screw up, and now I have to like go back and ask questions because I was told Adobe has an AI bug bounty program.
I haven't actually seen the Adobe one, but the Google one specifically excludes bias issues on their scoping. They are going after prompt engineering issues, and they don't include bias issues. I spoke to the person there. Just the scoping document doesn't include it. The Microsoft one is even more scoped away from that. They are doing AI bounties. They are paying for like results out of that, but they're not. There's a big nuclear waste problem with doing bias issues where like what we discussed here is like, what do you mean? It's can be cherry picked easily for this. What do you mean? How do you define this? What goes on the model card? There's a huge amount of issues that are going to drop, and it's not something that I wouldn't, if I worked at Microsoft or Google, I would not want to include those in my thing, because I'm now suddenly taking the risk. I'm going to screw up, and if I screw up, it's going to be on the huge public stage. Because AI Village is like a dinky little, it's a few hundred things, we're kind of a dinky little organization at DEFCON. We can screw up, and it's fine, because we're openly saying we're going to screw up. And it's different. I don't think anyone should do this until we've like had a few like trial runs where you're just probably trashing people.
I think that's fascinating because I agree with you, Jess, that like there has to be some sort of quantitative thing that comes in here, because if there isn't something to measure against, what are we doing? And at the same time, when we talk about quantitative measures, I think about like my early days around AI fairness, and everything that was measuring, I was like, this has no real impact. Like I don't care about your 0.4 whatever. Like that doesn't change how this functions in the world. So I agree with that. And then we run into all these issues with like, how are you actually going to do it? Because not to shame a company that's on this panel, but like if you search for 1943 German soldier and something problematic comes up, like you shut down the whole system. So I see the risk, you know, like I know the headlines that happen for the company I'm currently employed with and the companies I've previously been employed with. When I worked at Meta, somebody would be like, did you see what's in the news today? And I would have to go, which one?
Every time something like that happens, like publicly shaming that, I mean, every time something like that happens, like the one that you mentioned.
I'm here for shaming. You can-
Everybody is talking about that, so maybe we do need to offer some kind of method to quantify the responsibility of the model. Maybe we do need to put something so that we were working on a chatbot for our company, like to make it more. It was a use case with McKinsey, but we were trying to make that chatbot more body positive. It was for a retail fashion show. But we're trying to make it more body positive, more empathic, and eventually we got to a point where we thought it was good enough. But if somebody would try to attack it, I'm sure that it would have been great in a second. But we need that metric anyway. We need to set a bar to make things at least good enough so that the breaking will be very, 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 very hard to do. Otherwise screw-ups will happen more often, and we don't want that.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
the actual start of the GRT journey was we had latent diffusion, the predecessor to stable diffusion, on a giant monitor, big projector in the middle of EPRON last year, and so one of the things was bias things, like, okay, but nurses, oh look, it's generated 10 images of women, and then surgeons, okay, cool.
Fire people,
Yeah.
guys, nurses, women.
Yeah. But then someone put in good nurses, and someone had a projector for pornography. Because latent diffusion didn't clean it. I know that people have stability could try cleaning it up, so they did a better job of making it so that like you put in that is an innocuous query, and you shouldn't get that. Like I don't think a persistent person is always going to get us to do something stupid, but like, it needs to get to the point where like an 8-year-old kid is never going to run it.
Yeah, I want to ask also a provocative question.
Oh, you know.
I want also to ask another provocative question. Do we really expect the industry to solve those problems and to be responsible? I mean, like other industries have never been responsible. Like if you take the oil and gas companies, they've done everything to try to hide like the impact of their activities, and they've done like nothing to try to change this. So can we really be part of the solution, or do we need also like other institutions and other firms that can like take this? I think like I'm trying to address those like through like those kind of like technical bounty programs is not addressing the bigger picture problems of this technology. It might address some of like the small kind of like if companies have an interest, actually, it's like they're their own company's interest to actually prevent those type of things because they know they're going to lose markets. But the broader like societal harms, I don't see how this is going to.
There's actually a paper, I want to say, I can't remember if it was Fact or Kai, that talked about how the current focus on what responsible in AI meant would actually leaves out like, what about the environment? And what about like democracy? Because as a company does individual responsible AI efforts, like that's not something they can tackle as an individual company. And I think you're spot on. Like I've worked for 4 companies now, and I don't think any one company can do it. And I also don't believe in full self-regulation because there's just too many broken incentives there, which is why like my policy and legal background says laws, and then my technical background says, see all the ways that didn't work. So I think it's a really good question.
The security community tracked the medical device community kicking and straight into a lot of error with things. There was a very famous incident at a Florida conference where someone had a directional antenna and found someone in the audience who had the pacemaker he was talking about and said, I can kill you from the stage, which was a big, like, that warning struck, told the FDA, like, go engage. And then the security community engaged with the FDA, and then the medical device company companies got dragged kicking and screaming to poor data disclosure for vulnerabilities in their systems. And they have a whole bunch of exceptions, but they got dragged there from a combination of communities saying, no, this is wrong, we will fix this, which I know that people in fact and here others are going on about. But in the tooling of like how to actually make a difference, I come from the security field. I know what people in my community did to make a difference, and I don't know how much of this translates here. But like they got this community, the companies got categorized screaming at first. Now, like there's the Hacker Policy Council that does, and the Hacker Legal Defense Fund. The biggest funders, quietly, because they did this quietly, they didn't want the attention, was actually Google. Because Google recognizes that good faith security researchers not only make their products better, they make everybody's product better, and make like they're engaging with that community in a healthy way makes everything better for them. And so like when I was talking about forward disclosure stuff, out of the 8 vendors that I was talking to last year, Google was the one that like engaged with us the most because they felt like the people who understood the value of what I was talking about. And there's some companies who are newer to the space who do not want to do this under any circumstances, really, and like it's a big mix of stuff. But I don't know how you should come talk to the security world. Come to DEFCON.
Thank you. We have a few more minutes, so I want to make sure that we get through questions.
By trying to quantify responsibility, are we also kind of avoiding the question of should this data set or application exist in the first place? I mean, I could take high quality pictures of every single person on the planet and say that's a super representative data set, but do we need it? I mean, should we have a data set like everyone's face?
Yeah, I mean, I think this goes back to like the issue of quantification in the first place, which is like some people will never consent to that. And if we view consent as a part of responsibility, I think that's another question, right? Like, then probably not. I think we'd have to define what we would want the measures of responsibility to be. Is consent one of those measures? Is representation one of those measures? Or what does that look like? Another issue I have, for example, with I guess what I was trying to say is like, yes, we can quantify things, but we have to quantify them in multiple ways, because a lot of the times when people quantify bias along like gender or racial categories, right, there are people being left out of those because how it's being like quantified. So a lot of the time I see like, okay, we're doing bias mitigation techniques, and it's just like the category men, the category women, like what does that mean? Like who is included in that? What do they look like? Are they all cisgender? Are they all straight? Like, are they all presenting in a very binary way? So I think that makes it difficult to quantify things. And so I think if you wanted to quantify, you'd have to do it in multiple ways. I also think beyond like, should the data set exist? I think should the data set be used for this task? Like, should the task exist? Is maybe a more, to me, like a more compelling question, because I think you can argue for data sets that include, for example, just binary men and women to some degree, if you're like, I'm interested in looking at historical patterns of biases against people who are of a, like, we can assume are women in media. So I've seen this argument, right? Because there is a real, that is a real problem that exists in the world. I think the thing is trying to solve or understand a real problem rather than just having the data and saying, we can use this to measure bias in any domain. I think that it should just be constructed in a way that fits the task that we agree is worthwhile. So yeah, that's my perspective.
Two more?
I do have a question related to open source, because we've been talking about who's responsible, and who is responsible when the model has been released and needs to be open, where should the responsibility fall in that case?
I think so.
No one wants to answer.
Well, no, I've actually asked this question a lot. I think it actually, most people in the world aren't going to direct download the model plugin base and run it on their own computer. Most people are going to run it through an API or a product, and whoever's hosting that API or that product is responsible at the end of the day. That's the vast majority of humans are going to be impacted by AI through someone else's services, and that organization's services is usually responsible at the end of the day. They can download an open source model, and if they say, no, it's not our fault, it's Llama 3's fault, I don't care, you screwed up. You were the one providing the service, you were the one hosting the model, you screwed up.
So there are really interesting questions right now. I sometimes refer to myself as a recovering attorney, but I can't help myself. There are really interesting questions right now about product liability and how it applies in this space. And it's something, I was at a workshop for like legal papers around AI with like professors talking about what the future is. And they've been evaluating just how does liability apply in this space. Is it going to be the platform? Is it going to be the person who's using the platform? It turns out product liability, which I'm not an expert in, is actually really instructive in this space. So I don't have a specific answer, but I think that is an area that is being explored. And then secondarily, I was part of, who's heard of the IBM Diverse Spaces data set? Okay, so this is now a pretty well-known example. After Gender Shades, which is a paper we should have all read, there was an effort to create a diverse data set with more representation in it. A huge question about whether or not, the people who were left out of the first data set even wanted that to happen, but there was an attempt to do that. And there is a privacy law in Illinois, the Biometric Information Privacy Act, and some lawyers managed to find some people who lived in Illinois who were in the Diverse Spaces data set. Now, you can go after IBM, and the plaintiff's lawyers did, but they also went after every company they could think of that they thought would have used this data set. And I was inside a company at that time, and I was part of the effort to figure out where in the company it had been used. And let me tell you, we did not have a good answer to that question, which is a problem when you're getting sued. So I think the liability is a really big open question. I think there's going to be a lot of reliance on blaming the platform, but there are plenty of legal cases I could cite where that liability transfers as well. So.
Oh, one more question. Okay.
We have one more response.
One more response first, and then one more question.
This is another argument. If you were building a product around an AI system, an LLM, maybe go pay OpenAI or Google or Meta, go pay for the hosted model, because then you can hopefully rely on their guardrails instead of your own. They might do a better job than you. Google probably has a bigger trust and safety team than you.
We hope.
Thank you guys so much. I've really enjoyed all the conversations in this workshop today and the panel. And kind of what's on my mind now, reflecting on these conversations, is how do we bring this to others? Or, for example, if I think about my own research work or team, I see that with, for example, generative AI and creating data sets, this fact of responsibility or making sure we're mitigating for bias is almost an afterthought of, okay, we have data, let's find issues in it, rather than kind of that being part of the planning process. So I was just wondering if you guys have thoughts or best practices on how to kind of get that conversation going from the get-go, and also engaging more people outside of this sort of people who are already knowledgeable on this.
Cool, maybe we're low on time, so what's your one trick?
No, I was gonna say our moderator hasn't answered any questions.
That's the joy of a moderator, is I don't have to answer these questions, I just get to ask them. One trick.
Oh, I don't have one trick.
Okay, 3 tricks.
Okay, well, I think one could be there's individual accountability, I guess. Okay, you as an individual know this, you are connected with other individuals and communities, and you bring the knowledge that you've learned to those people within your work, right? I guess the other is more of a, so that's thoughtful way bottom up, but then there other would be top down, like how do we convince companies to have any kind of responsibility initiatives in a real way, because there's a lot about ethics washing and responsibility washing. I don't have a great answer to that because I'm not a CEO or at the C-level in a company, so I don't actually know how those decisions get made. But there's a kind of two directions to keep it simple. Since you know.
Well,
okay.
I mean, the answer is it's about incentives. So where are the incentives for the individual, and where are the incentives for the company? Where are the incentives in a public benefit corp? Since we've been talking about the difference between OpenAI and Anthropic and a public benefit corp versus a nonprofit that owns a for-profit. Like where are your incentives is my one trick. Because on an individual level, there's fantastic research in the privacy community about why there's such a disconnect between chief privacy officers and even companies claiming like, we care about privacy, we do privacy by design, and then it not happening. And so some other people did qualitative interviews with like the actual engineers and the people on the teams, and they were like, yeah, you know, I got 20 priorities, it's number 15, and only 1 through 3 get me my rewards at the end of the year or a good review. So incentives. I did it in a word. It was a long explanation.
Nice. Anybody else have one? No, good. Good place to end. Okay. Thank you so much for the panel. They will stick around, I think, afterwards, but may need to run to other workshops, so catch them throughout the week. Thank you very much, everybody. Round of applause.
Thank you guys so much.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to reload it?
Stand in.
Yes.
I would love
Oh, reload. Just one slide.
There you
By the way, we used to use Backrow, so it used to be like
So that was my polite way of saying I haven't found anything.
There we go.
Okay. So closing remarks.
Oh, sorry.
Well, first of all, thank you all for attending this workshop. This was the very first version of Responsible Data. And I would like to thank the panelists, organizers, actually organized this workshop. It was a pleasure. This was my first attempt doing it. So the essence of a perfume, you know, is the flowers we actually distill in the oil or alcohol. And same for AI. The essence of AI is actually the data we distill in the models. But it's a dance of a tango, you know, like between models and data. And many researchers did focus on models, finding vulnerabilities, defining robustness, fairness, how to measure it. But many actually like skip the first step, like, okay, data. When are we going to start from the data? I think like what, as a person who has been involved in designing a data set, responsible data set, what I realized is that there were so many questions we never even thought they came up like during the designing of the data set. We had to tackle, we had to understand and define the problem that we are trying to solve. And one thing I found out is that generalization is very hard, if not impossible, designing such data sets. So what came as a result is, I would say, define the problem first and then try to tackle it. And then you can actually define what the problem is, how, like, what the responsibility can be defined for that specific problem and how you can actually tackle it. So speaking, yeah, like saying all of this, I would like to conclude saying that it is actually very hard, but it is the most important thing to tackle is the data itself. Like with all the regulations coming, with all the safety measures, we have to have the harm that we have to prevent. Gen AI, it's an open ocean. Like we don't know many problems we haven't discovered yet. So we have to put a lot more effort actually in collecting, designing, collecting data sets, processing, pruning, using, and adapting to the changes. Another thing, for example, that like we spent almost 2 years to design the data set. It only took like 2 months to collect it. But then in these 2 years of process, everything has changed. New models came, the new models came out, new strategies, training schemas came out, new policy discussions showed up. So at the end, it was just a cumulative effort of everything. It was the whole process. And the another thing is that it's actually a living asset. The data is a living asset. It's not a static collection of images or whatever your data is. It has to change. It has to adapt, and it has to get refreshed constantly. And the norms are changing. So this is kind of hard to it's kind of hard to track all the changes and adapt those changes in your data, or pipeline collection, pruning, cleaning, storing. But it is the essential part of building a responsible AI. So thank you very much. Thank you for attending. Would anyone like to add anything? Candice?
Thank you guys all for coming and participating, really in-depthly, not just sitting there and staring at your phones. There was so much participation, and I really, really appreciate it. And I can actually say that this has been the best workshop on responsible data. Hopefully next year it will be even more engaging. So yeah, thank you everyone.
And we would like to announce that our purpose is actually to bring all this information into a white paper so we can share our discussions publicly if anyone is not, everybody is fine in the room with that. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yay.
We did it. Good job.
It's done. Okay. Yeah.
But they're also
You actually.
So they want
there's a part about it, the show next time.
I'll see if my.
Yeah.
You are?
You guys actually really know about this. So usually, Sumi Art supplies some source.
Yes.
And it's not always.